Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is UNN TV, reporting live from London. Tonight, with Henry Gombya, we have a distinguished guest in the name of General Gregory Muntu Kayira, otherwise known as General Mugisha Muntu. And before we introduce him to our audience, I want to say thank you for everyone who has stayed up all night to wait for this day to hear from the General. I want to thank all Ugandans staying up late tonight to hear General talking to them. I want to thank all of you who are in the Arab Emirates. I want to thank all of you who are in Australia. And I want to thank all of you in the United States who are listening, who have said you drop your tools and sit up and wait and hear what General Mugisha Muntu is going to say tonight. And also, most importantly, all of us in the diaspora here in Europe, I want to thank all of you for staying so late up. We have started late, but here we go. And before we bring our guest on view, I want us to hear the Ugandan national anthem, followed by the Ankole national anthem in respect of our guest.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship.
Banyankore twesibire ensi yeitungore, ejo amate n'ubuki bw'enjuki, kandi twesimbe ahabo mugabe weitu, atwebembere omubi turi gukora. Ensinkore, 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 ensinkore tushemeza, katweyongera okweshongora. Ensinkore, ensinkore, ensinkore tushemeza. Kanditi turi kwewa bahwero mugabe, enganzi chihimbana bamashaza, abamagomborora emekana bakungu, kandi hamwe n'abanyankore twena. Ensinkore, 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 ensinkore tushemeza, katweyongera okweshongora. Ensinkore, ensinkore, ensinkore tushemeza. ojo twananuka ahabwe gyo migisha nyamuhange yaturondere okutwara ensi yaitu egikaro mu maisho kandi n'okugibembera gye ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza onati turi kwebwagoma manzaga kare agayombekire ensi yaitu gakagitumbura ekagendo mu maisho kandi n'abagijwereire shagama ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza twena twesimire ebirungi byakaro enshozi empito n'imigera amatungo ebibira ebishara n'amayanja kandi narubambanso mugabe waitu ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza
That is so wonderful, and I'm so happy to hear all those two national anthems. First of all, the Ugandan national anthem, and secondly, the national anthem of Ankole. Viewers, our guest tonight, General Gregory Mugisha Muntu, born in October 1958 to his father Enoch Ruzima Montuyera and his mother Aida Matama Montuyera. As a in his childhood, General, who is with us tonight, was born. His father was a close friend of the former Ugandan president Milton Obote, and so through his education, attending Mbarara Junior School, Kitunga Primary School, and Kitunga High School, he went to Makerere to study political science. Now, after studying in Makerere, setting his exams for political science, he did not wait for the results to come out. The guy you're seeing in front of you today left Makerere and went to the bush to fight the regime that his father was supporting. And he did not come back. I don't know. Maybe, General, you can tell us today whether what results you got. But before you go anywhere, I've introduced you enough. I want you to say hi to all our viewers all over the world who are watching you tonight, General Mugisha Muntu.
Thank you, Mr. Henry Gombya, for hosting me on UNN TV. I'd like to thank all the Ugandans in the diaspora spread all over the globe who have sacrificed their time and they are part of the audience. Thank you.
Now, I've spoken about you leaving Makerere University before you got your results. When you came back to Uganda, when the NRA that you supported came into power, did you get your results, and what were they?
Yeah, I actually attended my graduation on radio because on the day of graduation, it was being broadcast on radio, and I had my name read, and that's how I got my graduation that time. So by the time we came back, in town, I knew that I had passed. And the only thing I later did, maybe after 5 years when we were in, just went to get my testimonial.
Thank you so much for that information. I don't think all our viewers knew about that, but thank you so much for letting us know that, well, you got your results. And I'm not going into details of what they were, whether they were a 1-1 or a 2-1 or 2-2, but we'll leave it there.
Oh no, I was
Now,
doing
let's get.
I did political science 311.
Great.
I got an honors
That's
degree.
wonderful. Great. That's great. That's great. Now, General, the first question that I want to ask you is, here you are, living comfortably as a student at Makerere University. What made you leave Makerere after your exam and go to live in a bush where there was no blankets, there was no beds, there was nothing? What actually led you to do that?
I think as we all grow up, you find that there are things which bother you or things for which you find you have a burden. Most of us, you find that I think there are seeds which are planted in each and every one of us. You find that there are people who are interested in maybe becoming doctors because they see the sicknesses in society, and they feel they need to invest their time to become doctors to bring well-being to society. You find those who want to engage in business because they want to build wealth and use it in whatever way they want to use it. You find those who are attracted to becoming, taken in the religious circles, whether they are Muslims, Catholics, Protestants, whatever religion, because they want to preach. You find others who, find that they have got interest in farming. Different kinds of calling, really. The others whom you find have a calling to be a teacher. I have, when I look back, when I was still young, even primary school, I found I used to be attracted to things that would cause, oppression to people. Because even when I was in primary, I would read magazines, I would be listening to radios, hearing stories so far-flung, like in the wars in Vietnam, the wars in Latin America, at that time, the apartheid regime in South Africa, Rhodesia, So I normally felt within myself that being part and parcel of trying to, exert effort in creating a society where people are able to live in a state of fairness and justice, equality before the law, is something that would nag me all the time. Much as I was in a family of UPC, my father was a minister in the Ankole government. He was the chairman of Ankole, the whole of Ankole, before, when it was still one single entity. Now, at the time of the coup in 71, It was in January. My father went to Tanzania in March and came and fought in the war of Marara and Masaka in 73. He was one of those who survived the Marara attack, went back. But whenever I would hear conversations, even by the time of the coup, you could hear a lot of unease within the political circle. Talking about issues that were going on in the country. I was still very young. I couldn't decipher exactly what it was, but I knew there were things which are not being sorted out. In fact, in 68, when there was an attempt on Dr. Obote's life in Lugogo, he was there amongst the delegates who had gone to Lugogo. And when they came, you could hear a lot of discomfort within the political group. So by the time when 71 coup happened, it didn't come as a surprise. Then by that time I was in P7, and then in O level, our situation was quite very, very discomforting. Those of us who came from the UPC families in the area of Ankole, actually many of our friends, their fathers were killed in 72, many of them, quite a number. And until 79, when there was the war from Tanzania by the TPDF forces and the Ugandan exile. By that time, I was old enough. I could clearly understand that there were political problems which were not yet resolved since the time of independence. Then UNF came in. I was a student at Makerere. We participated in a number of activities, in a number of discussions with the senior people. We were still young. They weren't listening to our voices. But you could almost get a feeling that the Moshi conference that had discussed a number of things, hoping that they would resolve the historical political problems which are not yet been resolved, that they had almost started from a false start, at least from our own observation. So by the time of the elections in 80, there was still political contention. At a personal level, I could recognize that many of the
In
political
19,
actors really were not acting in good faith.
General, in 1980, can you tell
Yeah.
our viewers exactly what you're doing in that year?
What? Come again?
In
I didn't get the
1980,
question clearly.
can
Yes.
you tell our viewers what you were doing before? Because Idi Amin was overthrown in 1979. What were you doing
79
in
years.
1980?
I was at the university in Makerere, but I remember I used to go to National Conference Center because that's where the National Consultative Council used to sit. So I'd follow almost all the deliberation right from the time of UNLF, when there was a debate whether UNLF should continue for a while, stabilize the country, and then open up space for parties, whether parties should come immediately. I was very, closely following when eventually the parties decided to reestablish DP, UPC, so that by the time we went into contestation in the 1980 elections, they went under multi-party system of governance. There was a lot of contention, but what you could see largely was that literally many of the political actors were vying for space, and I got a feeling that the main issues were not being discussed in an honest way. UPC still had the sway, and indeed, when Obote came from Tanzania, de facto UPC was in leadership. Tanzanian forces were still here. That's when Gen Museveni, started talking about the third force, and they formed UPM. I never became a member of UPM. At that time, I kept on, in a sense, not participating actively in any party, though I supported candidates of UPM who were in Kampala, like Dandi Sari, like the Naisa. We could see that the electoral process was being manipulated. So when the outcomes of 80 elections were announced through all the manipulation that had happened, we used to have contention in Makerere between ourselves and a number of UPC youth wingers, and also there were a number of DP students there. The Youth League of DP. Personally, I could see that we had started from the wrong foot again. And Gen Museveni's voice of starting a third force, which participated in the election. I wasn't part of that party. UPM, I never became a member. But his voice of saying that there needed to be a fresh start resonated with us, number of students. So when war started in 81, Feb, and there was a call out for those who wanted to join, immediately it found some of us in a state of readiness to participate in that war. And fortunately for me, I was able to link up. I joined on 14th of March. Kawamba was attacked on 6th of Feb. I joined in March 14th. And no, I finished my exams on 14th. I joined on 21st of March, that same year, 81. And then we went on the small group. At that time, there were still very few. They had 40 guns. They were not yet even 100. And got into the training regime, split into different camps. At that time, I think there were about 5 camps. There was one fighting force which had 40 guns. The rest of the units were those of us who were recruits had like 3 guns and would be about 40. And then we kept on growing, and until we took power in 86. The rest is history. Whatever hopes we had that now we're going to have a fresh beginning, when we took power, gradually, as has happened not only here in Uganda, but quite a number of African countries, I think we are not yet fully or adequately prepared in terms of numbers for people who had convictions for what we were talking about. Because as the Americans say, talk is cheap. And really, at the end of the test of any group, whether they are fully convinced about what they talk about, the theoretical concepts they talk about, whether they are deeply convinced about them. The litmus test is always what they do when they're in power. Again, that is part of history, because at least we know that when we got in, the temptations of power sucked a lot of us in, and we started falling apart. In 2001, that's when Dr. Kanuchizaves just split. The electoral process of 2001, that was contention when there was the first person from within the movement that challenged Gen Museveni, and that started now evolving until where we are at. So basically what we're involved in right now, even those of us who are in the opposition who are contending for power, it's a continuation of what started in 1962. We seem to be still a work in progress. We have not reached yet a point where there is a critical number within the political class who are able to walk the talk. And my estimation of the situation
General,
is that before we get to that point where you have...
Okay, before we get there, because there's a lot before we get there. That's you are well ahead of what I have in mind here. Before we get there,
yes,
what I wanted to establish
for
our viewers, yeah, for our viewers, is specifically to tell our viewers what prompted you to leave, because I am a graduate myself, and I cannot remember whether I could ever have gone to do anything else apart from waiting for my exams and see what results I got. But you did not wait for your exams. You went straight after sitting your exam into the bush. And the bush we're talking about, for all of you viewers who are here in Europe and elsewhere in the diaspora, the bush is not a very easy place to go to. You leave your comfortable bed and say you're going to the bush, you're going to fight from the bush to remove the regime. What what I want to ask you, and what I think the viewers would like to know is, here you are leaving all your comfort behind, and you're saying, I've sat my exams, I'm going to the bush, I'm going to fight this guy. Why were you fighting Milton Obote?
I mean, you could see that the regime, their thinking, their action were not going to lead us to a point where we would have what some of us desired, to see a society whose existence is rooted in institutions that administer justice, where there is fairness, where there is equality before the law, where there is transparency in the management of national resources. To me, that's what more or less drives me. Because I scan in countries, I scan all over the world, and I see countries where that state of affairs exists. And I am fully convinced that wherever that exists, that the people who established it are no more intelligent than we are. So what drives me is basically to see a society where we can all live, a state where you know that there's justice. Whether you have money, you don't have money, whether you're in a position of power, you're not in a position of power, but that you are free as a person, that you can exercise your rights within the law as it is established. It is something which is inbuilt in all of us as human beings. It's only the extent of how each one of us dwells on it so much. I mean, if I may use an example, if you look like at teaching, there are people who are called to teach. In themselves, they feel that their role, their calling is to teach. And most times you find that really the teaching profession is not the most well paid. Nevertheless, there are people who will find that they cannot feel fulfilled unless they are teachers. So they go and they do all things that they do by becoming that. So there are different callings for different people. And in my own estimation, I think I am someone who, whenever I find myself at a crossroad, I find that difficult as the path I choose mostly to take may be difficult, but I always choose a path which I believe would take me to a point where, if it is the will of God, that I'll be able to be part of a society that will live under that kind of dispensation, where there's justice, where there's fairness, because it wasn't only in 80, when we separated with the regime in 2000, I could clearly see that starting from scratch wasn't going to be easy. I could see the challenges we were going to meet. But on the other side, I also knew that if I just remained, for example, in the movement and quiet, maybe without trying to, ruffle any feathers, that I could stay in a state of comfort. I knew that for sure. But comfort comes from different things. For some, comfort comes from money and material wealth. Yes, everybody needs that, also need that. But additional to that, actually not additional, connected to that, there must be an environment in which you know that nobody is going to come and walk all over you. To me, that is a very, very critical issue. And I don't want to exist in a country where my protection is dependent on the position I hold. Because the question is, if you don't hold that position, then what happens? That's the dilemma that you would have to find yourself in. How can you hang somewhere and things are not going right, and you believe and you know for sure that the only protection you have is because you are in a position? So when you cease being in that position, then what happens? So basically, the main guarantor of our freedoms and rights is when you know that whether you are in power or not, whether you have money or not, that you are protected by the law. You are equal before the law. This is my own understanding of all these situations we've been going through. That's what drives
me. General, when you went to the bush to fight the regime, You have made it
Yes,
very clear that you are not happy with what was happening in the country at that time.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
35 years since you went to the bush, or 35 years since
yes.
the regime that you supported came to power. Are you satisfied with what you fought for has achieved?
If I was satisfied, I would still be in government. I would still be at least in the movement. But I could see that power is, we talk about it a lot, but many people don't seem to recognize that until society evolves to a level where institutions become strong and systems that function, or systems through which power is exercised, are strong, which is an outcome of having a high level of consciousness within the political class who are going to stand by values that are believed in and subscribed to by that particular society. When that has not come to be yet, the temptation of power can be quite overwhelming. I've been there myself, I know. I mean, when we took power, when 86, you could see us, one by one, sliding and falling, because of one, the sense of entitlement that came by us using weapons to take power. It can be. I normally use this example when I'm in the rural areas trying to explain to people that power is like alcohol. You just see someone steady walking, and he goes in a bar, and by the time he comes out, he's staggering. Same thing as power. If you don't have a significant number of people who have got the capacity to withstand the temptations of power, to the extent that those who try to peer off, that they can be put back online because of the collective responsibility of the many who are in that, for example, a party, people just get overwhelmed. That's exactly what happened. Because where we are at now, you clearly see that the number of senior political leaders, government leaders are totally drunk with power. I mean, it is so self-evident,
Power.
you know.
I remember,
So
General,
until we build this, yeah,
when you were stood down as commander of the UPDF, you were offered a
yes,
ministerial post. And historically,
yes.
I think I may be wrong, you were the first person to ever refuse a ministerial post. You refused it. Can you tell our viewers why you refused the ministerial post that Museveni gave you after demoting you from being commander of the UPDF?
By 98, because that's when he shifted me from command, and that's when he offered me the ministerial position. There was a lot of contention. By that time, it was still internal. It had not come out in the open, not so much in the open. But we knew that we were losing, direction in a number of things. And we used, like those of us who are in uniform. When you're in uniform, you've got to, follow the discipline of the uniform. You don't go saying things publicly. Maybe until a point when you find that things can no longer be rectified from within, and at that point you must be ready to bear whatever cost comes with standing out in the open and speaking. But I remember even when I was in uniform in 96, there was an electoral process, back in Tungamo, and there was contention between different groups because by that time there wasn't a multi-party system of governance yet. And you could see that there was a tendency emerging within the government, or within NRM as a system then, or what we prefer to call ourselves as a system then. There were two contending forces. There are those who wanted to use, the national state security apparatus in favor of particular individuals. At times when they thought that that individual was loyal to either the system or loyal to General Museveni in that particular case. And some of us believe that no, for democratic practice to evolve, let everybody contest. Let the population make the decision. if they make a mistake, they'll be able to rectify the next round. But of course, I could clearly recognize that Gen Museveni seemed to be moving in the direction of having the national state security apparatus supporting those whom he thought were going to be instrumental. I think in the long term, the agenda which he had in his mind, which many of us are not yet fully or clearly seen. So we sat. I sent him a message. I asked him to call the Minister of State for Security and the Inspector General of Police, because I had heard what was going there, and I didn't want to get him sucked into the politics of the area. That's where I come from. And I asked him, I said, look, there's this contention which is there, a political contention. I don't want to be sucked into it because I am in the military. However, I can't keep quiet when I see something that is not right happen. So I propose that none of the security forces should, participate in this electoral process. Let those who are contending, contend, and those who go through, go through. We agreed, we went, all of us. Now, when the electoral process started, he sent there General Kale, he went with Mururi, and they went with a contingent of military police, and they basically supported one candidate. And it caused a lot of political mayhem in the area. And then there was almost an uprising, and he was scared of that, so he called for a meeting to cause reconciliation in Ntungamo. I remember there were about 300 leaders from Ntungamo at the Ntungamo headquarters, and I happened to be in that meeting. I was still the commander of the army, and I told him that, look, we are making major mistakes, and if we don't rectify these methods of work, there are already cracks which have started coming out in the system, and they are going to widen unless the rectification measures taken. And it was in public. They tried to dismiss it, but it was out there in the public. Fortunately, it was covered by the press. I don't remember whether it was New Vision or which paper at that time. In 1996, so 98, when he made me, he proposed to make me minister, I knew in my heart of hearts that while in the military, I had a clear line of command, and there are things I could do, there are things I would not be able to do, but at least I would be able to do the things that I would be able to do. I knew that going in cabinet, because of the principle of collective responsibility, whatever is decided, you can't go out and speak about it. And I'm a kind of person who wants to follow in a disciplined way the principle on the basis of which you operate. So I didn't want to go into cabinet, and I could see that we are already moving in the wrong direction, and wrong decisions would be made, and I would not be able to speak against them. So I chose not to go into cabinet. That's when I wrote him a letter. I said I thanked him for giving me the time for which he had given me to be in command, but turned down the appointment and remained in parliament as a representative of the army. And in 2001, I also knew that I could no longer remain as a representative of the army in parliament. So I sent a message to all army units telling them my name should not be proposed. There were also other reasons why I did that, because I could see maneuvers which were happening within the Army Council in 2001. So I ceased being a representative of the Army in Parliament. That's the time when I went to Arusha as one of the 9 members of East African Parliament from Uganda. The rest is history.
Now, General, when you guys went to the bush, I was in my 20s. And I remember
Yes.
when I first started working for the BBC in 1980, one of the editors at BBC told me that, you see, Uganda is so difficult to report about. Everybody, all the reporters who are sending there are so afraid of what is going on in the country.
Yeah.
But when I came to know about what you guys were doing, I gave my support and reported
Yes.
very, I think you can bear me witness, I reported very well about
Yes.
everything that you guys were doing.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
all Ugandans at the time were looking forward to what they had been missing. They'd been missing peace, security,
Yes.
and being left to do whatever they wanted, which wasn't being done. Ugandans were walking the streets in fear
Yeah.
of their lives, in fear of being arrested, in fear of being picked up at roadblocks. Here we
Yeah.
are in 2021, 35 years
Yeah.
since the establishment that you supported came into power. And here we are,
Yeah.
we're having you here in this program tonight, and you're no longer in that establishment. Was
Yeah.
your goal achieved? The goal that you set out to do when you left your exams and attended the bush, was your goal was your goal fulfilled? You wanted to see peace, you wanted to see change. That change, which I had myself on the footsteps of the Uganda parliament when Yoweri Museveni was saying, I am bringing fundamental changes. Mine is not going to be just a change of guard. What do you say about that?
No, I mean, it hasn't been achieved. I mean, look at where we are at now. You can see the chaos that there is in the electoral process. You can see the raw manner in which power is exercised in terms of you find an individual determining to do whatever he wants to do above the law or outside the law. And there's almost no recourse to justice. So basically, my own understanding of where we are at is that we are still caught up in a vicious cycle right from 1962. I would maybe I would want to give people hope and say we're about to see the end of that. But unfortunately, I'm not a kind of person who normally wants to say things just to give people, false hope when there's no concrete plans and determined involvement by a critical number of people to push things to where they desire them to be. I am not so sure that even when Gen Mugisha leaves, which he will, because in my own estimation, change is a constant. In Gen Mugisha's head, he may think that there is no end, but he's not the Alpha and the Omega. I mean, it's only God who is the Alpha and the Omega. Everybody goes.
General, let's put
I mean,
a stop there.
it is highly possible.
Let's put a stop there.
It is highly.
General, let's put a stop there. You said
Yes.
General Mugisha will leave. How is he going to leave? He cannot. Are you sure he will leave
Henry,
through an
I
electoral
cannot
ballot?
put my finger on the date. No, let me maybe try and explain this. I cannot put my finger to a date and say on this date, on this hour, on this date, on this day of this week, of this month, of this year, Gen 7 will go. I can't. Only God knows. What I am sure of is that change is a constant. I operate on that principle. I mean, we have even seen countries like, Libya, countries like Iraq, countries like Egypt, countries recently in Khartoum, the other maybe 2 years ago in Zimbabwe, where there would be, regimes headed by autocrats, where people would think that this person is not going to leave power, but they leave one way or another. So to me, I always know that change will happen. And that's why, to a certain extent.
Let me bring in this question, General Mugisha Muntu. Let me bring in this question. It's one of our
Yes.
viewers from New York. He says, does
Yes.
General Mugisha Muntu really believe that Museveni will be removed from power other than by the force of arms?
Now, what I don't know is the method. I don't know yet. I mean, I would be speculating if I said he's going to be moved out of power this way or that way. That one I don't know. What I know is that he will be out. I mean, really, to be honest, let's all be honest to each other. Does anybody think that Museveni is going to remain the president of Uganda until the end of time or what?
No, he's going to put his son on as a after he's retired. He's going to put his son as a heir.
If we remain asleep, that can also. If we remain asleep and disorganized, that could also happen. But it is not automatic. You know, one of the things which really kind of disheartens me is to find people giving up. Because when you give up in life, whatever area of endeavor you are, whether if you're in business and you try 1, 2, 3 times and things are not so tough and you give up, you can never become wealthy if you are doing business to build wealth. If you are someone who is like those who climb mountains, and you don't do the training and build your will to go through whatever difficult to reach the highest summit, you will again become faint-hearted and you will not. Those who stick it out will reach where they want to reach, the highest summit. Same thing in politics. Because you bump into so many people who have given up and they say this is an impossible task. But what kind of situation? I don't want to maybe give examples, but Mr. Henry Gombya, you are a journalist. You know, there are countries where the repressive machinery is even more scary than what is here in Uganda. But even in those countries where the situation is like that, people still organize. True or not true?
But in Uganda, people are not allowed to
personally,
meet.
let me tell you, I don't think there is any form of dictatorship under which people who are determined, who want to get their freedoms and rights, are not able to organize. There is no such. And I've read history, I've gone through experiences somewhere it would be so harrowing. But the people who wanted to attain their freedoms and rights, who would keep on fighting, eventually they would triumph. It's nothing new. Even here in Uganda, we will triumph. And therefore, I really get disheartened by people who give up. Yes.
General, at the moment when Ugandans try to meet for anything, the law actually says they shouldn't meet. You cannot meet for any political organization. You cannot meet. You cannot have a political rally in Uganda apart from the NRA.
Let me ask you,
or from the
Mr. Henry Gombya, was Mugabe repressive or was not repressive? He was removed by his own army. Who thought that the Zimbabwean army could remove Mugabe? He was.
That's another.
What is happening? What is happening in Khartoum now? And people dying, but are they not on the streets? So there are different options. The conditions are different. Each country has got its own condition, unique to it. But what is uniform in countries that eventually the people who triumph are those who don't give up, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. As to the means by which the person lives, none of us can for sure say. You know, and you see that also brings me to the other issue. Even before a dictator is removed, to me, what people who want to cause change, qualitative change, what they have to engage in, even before they know which method will eventually remove a dictatorship, is to keep organizing,
but General,
to keep building capability.
General,
yes.
Let us put a comma there when you say people want change. How can there be change
Yes.
when people are not allowed
Yes.
to freely walk the streets and make their minds known? When any gathering is forcibly removed either by the police or by the military, because the army is being used to silence every kind of gathering, every kind of following. How can people think there can be any change whatsoever in the society?
I think maybe I don't remember whether it was Chinua Achebe who said that when birds learn to fly without perching, then the hunter must learn to. I think there is. I don't remember the one who shoots the arrow must learn to shoot without missing. Something like that. You change method. You change method. You know, I have seen countries on this planet where even 2, 3, 4 people cannot meet. But that never stops people who are serious, who are focused, who have discipline from building networks. It eventually triumphs. Look at Egypt. Egypt has got, they used to call it Islamic Brotherhood from 1954. If there is any form of group that was repressed or suppressed, it was the Islamic Brotherhood. But remember, when the insurrection of the youth overthrew Mubarak, and they called for election after 6 months, the Islamic Brotherhood won an election. And it had been under suppression for more than 30 years. So you tell me a force which wouldn't have kept on organizing, how on earth it could come out immediately and win an election? And it was an open election. That's when, what was he called, the president, the one who came in before RCC, the one eventually who was overthrown by the army. That was the Islamic Brotherhood. You, whatever
General,
condition there, you must operate with it. Yes.
Are you aware of what we've been told that General Museveni says that every Muganda, when they see a gun, they run far? So, as a commander of the army yourself, I find and hide because they don't want to face a gun. That even if a gun is lying there on the ground, the Baganda run away.
But that is false, because there are many Baganda commanders. Yes. That is false. I mean, during the war itself, there were many. Yes.
Would you see any way where Ugandans can counter that belief that Museveni has, that, oh, because they fear the gun, then they cannot have any proper protest against him? Because you just bring out the soldiers, the soldiers just fire bullets all over the place, and the people will flee.
To be honest with you, one of the problems we have is the extent to which Gen Museveni's psychological warfare creates an impact. Because there is nothing he ever says out of carelessness. All things he says are calculated. And what is the purpose? Because there is what they call in the military psychological warfare. You do things so that you cause fear in the adversary that you are fighting. So even before you fire any bullet, the person is already terrified. Now the problem I notice in our society is that instead of using those of us who want change, instead of using countermeasures to neutralize his psychological warfare, we reinforce it. Because you see, what he basically wants to do is to cause a state of mind within the population that this is an impossible situation, let the man die in power. That's what he wants to create. So when we fall in that narrative, and the mindset of people is that there is nothing we can do basically he has already won.
Mm.
Because everybody now polices himself. General Museveni doesn't have to send policemen all over the country. Because once people are trapped in their mind that the man is impossible, he has already defeated it.
Mm.
I just,
General, I want to take
just
you.
like, you
Let's
know
go
what?
back
I simply
to.
can't understand. Let me give you a more let me give you a more graphic presentation of what we have seen
Okay.
elsewhere. Now,
Mm.
it doesn't matter whether you believe in their ideology or you don't believe in their cause, whatever. That's not the point.
Yeah.
The point, and unfortunately, this is only in the area of warfare. Let me use one example of Afghanistan. Whether you believe in the ideology of the Afghans or not, that's not the point. The point is that twice the Afghans, as underdog, have fought two superpowers, Russia and ousted it. America combined with Europe and ousted them. The
Mm.
combined firepower of those in the first time, the Russian. Now this time round, United States of America, with a number of European countries, for the Afghani Mujahideen to fight and take power. I mean, ordinarily would be seen as an impossible task, not against the firepower and the weaponry, the modern weaponry that these armies have. So do you want to tell me that the Mujahideens won because of weapons? Never. It is the will that fights. You have to
Mm.
apply that even to politics.
General,
And I
you
think that's the
went.
most sad thing. I mean,
You went
yeah,
to the
yeah,
bush when you were not happy with what was
yes,
happening in the country.
yeah,
You came back
yes,
and you became a commander, not only a commander of the whole army of Uganda, the first commander of the UPDF. Now, the same army that you commanded has been used to the advantage of General Yoweri Museveni. He tells them what to do. Was there any time during your tenure as a commander of the army, was there any time where you disagreed with the General Museveni and said, no, that cannot be done?
yeah, yeah,
And before you answer
yeah,
that
a number
question,
of times.
before you answer that question, can you tell our viewers, when you enter the army, do you do you your oath of office, do you offer your
Come again? Hello? I couldn't hear the last part.
oath of office? Do you offer your allegiance to the president?
No, to the country. When you are in uniform, you offer allegiance to the country and to the constitution.
Not to
You know,
the head of
but
state.
you see, the head of state is the commander in chief. But the commander in chief, it is assumed that he or she is going to govern according to the constitution. But you see, in Uganda, as well as quite a number of African countries, we are still a work in progress. We have not reached that point where institutions, including the institution of the executive, is subjected to the law. Many of them operate above the law. So the contention that we're engaged in is to ensure that people who believe in good governance must keep on building capacity to a point where even the executive itself is going to be subjected to constitutional rule. It's a contention. We have not reached there yet, but we must keep fighting. And two, one thing we need to recognize is that the political class Because Gen Mugisha wouldn't be running the country like he's running his own home if people in the political class, we had a significant number of them who were bold enough. Because if they were bold enough, even within the existing law, they would be able to withstand his manipulation, regardless of the party in which they would be, whether they would be in the movement, whether they would be in the opposition. He has manipulated twice the constitution and amended it. Why? Because of the weakness of those who are in the political class. Why? Because most of them are driven by survival. So they are not bold enough to say, this is a line that we cannot cross. And we saw that happen in the 60s, we saw it happen in the 70s, in the 80s, it has happened under Gen Mugisha. My hope is that the next group which goes there, and that there will be also an adequate number of people in the political class, will be able to build a new chapter. Because if any group which goes in there has no capability to build a new chapter, you could have a replication of what we have seen since 1962. Are we still in contact? I don't seem to hear.
Chief Justice Owini Dolo is a former private lawyer to Tibuhaburwa and involved in the constitutional change of the term limit in 2005. Whilst in 2017, he also participated as panel judge in the infamous constitutional change of the age limit, famously known as Toji Kwatako, which gave Tibuhaburwa a further hand at impinging on the Ugandan people's human rights. In all cases, he has been involved as panel judge, including Dr. Chiza Besige's election petitions. He has served the dictator's interests. Michael Chibita is a former private secretary of Museveni, aka Tibuhaburwa. Overwhelming evidence from the survivors and victims of the Museveni state terror suggests that Michael Chibita frustrated, blocked and subverted justice in all the high-profile murder cases that occurred just before or during his tenure as the Directorate of Public Prosecution, DPP, of Uganda. These cases include Nsenga, Afande Haji Sebagala, Magistrate Mafabi, Wilberforce Wamala, and many more, including delayed justice for massacre businessman Godfrey Katoka Jury. The families of the murdered people have never received justice. Those who narrowly survived the premeditated murders continue to live in fear and are now refugees abroad. Extrajudicial kidnappings and killings of Ugandans have only worsened due to the impunity that Chibita has actively participated in. These cases are among many that have been lodged at the International Criminal Court, ICC, against Tibuhaburwa. Don't forget that Tibuhaburwa appointed Chibita in all the positions he has held to date, as his former private secretary, legal judge of the High Court, DPP, as Supreme Court judge, and now as a member of the petition panel to seal the rubber stamp to Tibuhaburwa's rigged victory. Dr. Andrew Takome Kayira was born on 30th January 1945 in a small town known as Nkokonjeru in the Buganda region. He is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country sent him to an early grave. He was a lawyer and professor and had many accomplishments since 1971, with many of his accolades attained from his education and political experiences, both nationally and internationally. Significant is his doctoral dissertation titled Condoism in Uganda, which has awarded him an internationally recognized terminology now used in criminology. He joined several political organizations, including the Uganda Freedom Movement, UFM, which he was the leader, the Uganda National Liberation Front, UNLF, later joining the National Resistance Army, NRA, which had once been his organization's rival. Dr. Kayira is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country led to his premature death. He was just 46 years old when he was assassinated on 6th March 1987 during a dinner with his close friends and 3 female acquaintances. His killers have never been brought to justice.
basebona banyabo abasigazi n'empangare tubona bwino kumara obwire buringwa abamwe muri twe turugero mu maka gitu twaza mu myanya endijo tukuteekateeka ngu ahi tuhungire niho turafunira obuhuumuriro konka byona tubiine makuru ekicweka kiitu kikaba kiine obusingye kikaba nikishemeza buri omwe twine ebihangwa birungi obukama bwitu ruhanga akabutahana omutima gumwe konka nitwebuuza ninki kyashobire habw'enki nitubonabona okuhika ahari eki batubihabihire obwire buringwa konka aka niko kiire okwegiita hamwe n'abanyayuganda abandi boona okufuna engyeri yitubaasa kufunamu amagezi tureebe nitubaasa kugaruraho sita ekitiinisa n'obusingye bw'ekicweka kiitu basebona banyabo abasigazi n'empangare mwije twegiite n'abanyayuganda abandi boona omu rukiiko rwa Uganda Federal Consultative Council. Abanyayuganda boona ahi bakuza kwegiitira hamwe okubaasa kushara amagezi goona okugaruraho entegeka ya federal omu bicweka biitu obukama bwitu nitubwenda bugarukeho nk'oku bwabiire buri okumanya burikukiraho hereza okushaba kwawe ahari email ya ufcc@getunn.com. Federal nicyo kyokugaruka mu kyebuuzo biitu byona bitwine
ensinkole tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkole tushemeza.
Back as soon as possible, and we continue. General, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can.
Anyway, I think sorry, we get these interruptions, but let's go ahead. General, the second question that we have for you today is this one from one of our viewers. He says,
Yep.
Let me read it properly. The viewer says, political violence in Uganda and a pattern of rigged elections to sustain the junta in power. He says, violent elections, murders, arresting and detaining opposition supporters endlessly without trial, killing of Ugandans by security agencies, especially on the 18th and 19th of November last year, arresting opposition MPs and concocting evidence against them, all in the name of politics, killing suspects while they are handcuffed and after giving the police, the arresting agency, evidence, the president coming out and confirming that, yes, we killed Zebra, we killed the ADF suspects, we killed the pigs, etc., etc. Killed. General Muntu, as a decorated war general, history has it that you abandon your career aspirations and joined M7 in the bush as soon as you graduated from Makerere University. Clearly, the reasons as to why you went to the bush in 1980 are alive and well in present-day Uganda. General Muntu, this state-inspired killing cannot go unchallenged while you, a decorated general and former architects of the Museveni regime, are sitting quietly in Uganda while Ugandans are dying en masse at the hands of the man you brought to them. What plans, that's the question, what plans do you have to stop this trend of the events? Because it surely cannot go on unchallenged.
Absolutely, I agree with you. That's why we must all keep organizing. Well, I don't know the colleague who has asked that question. My own view, the only way we can eventually have a solution to this problem, even when Gen Mugisha himself is ousted from power, is that we must continue organizing. So that colleague needs to scan the environment, look at the group of people, this particular, I think maybe a party, that he or she believes in, and invest into that party in different ways. One, in ensuring that that party is able to organize in whatever manner it is able to organize. Fund it so that it prepares itself, builds the capability, and working with other pro-change forces to see how this regime can be ousted. That's the first step. But also, too, that whichever party he or she invests in, and hopefully other Ugandans also invest in other parties, that one or two of the parties, or three, would have built the capability internally within itself, organizationally, would also have attracted the number of Ugandans who will be able to withstand the temptations of power. Because the groups which go in, whether it is one party, whether it is a coalition of parties, if they don't have a critical number of leaders who will withstand the temptations of power, because there won't be anything to check them, I can tell you that the likelihood that within 2-3 years they can just start doing the same things as started happening when we took power would be very, very high. So if we sit back and we do nothing, right now we are crying about Gen Mugisha, like we cried about Obote in the 60s, then we cried about Amin in the 70s, then we cried about the UNNF group, Mwanga and his group in the 80s for a short period, then we cried about Obote a second time, cried about Rutwa another time, and then cried about Museveni. We can also cry about another person. We cannot depend on the goodwill of any particular individual. We must build strong institutions. Strong institutions are not going to be built unless the parties themselves keep working. But there's no party which is going to go into power and will give you what it does not have. What does that mean? It means that the party which is going to change the manner in which governance is conducted in this country must be composed of people who think alike, will act in concert on a consistent basis, rebuilding institutions, reestablishing a functioning system, and therefore have the capability to shift the politics of the country from where it is now back onto track. That's not going to happen by accident.
General Mugisha Muntu, when you guys came into power in 1986, the army, the NRA, was referred to by many Ugandans as our, in quotation, open quote, our army, close quote, our army. That is no longer the case because of what the army has done since then.
he's doing.
You left the army without a blemish. I have no report at all about anything that you did wrong. Seeing the army the way it's
Yeah, by
being
God,
done
no.
after you left it, where do you think this can go? And how do you think the present leadership in Uganda can counter the anger that Ugandans have about the army you used to lead?
You see, the army in itself is, I believe, caught between a rock and a hard place. Because I know that within the army itself, there are many officers and men really who are professional, who would want to see a professional army. There are many officers and men who are well educated, who are well trained. They are exposed. They have seen countries which implode because of bad governance. But the army many times is hand-tied. They cannot engage in open politics like those of us who are outside the army. And at the end of the day, every army which has been sucked into the political question, unresolved political question, is because of the mistakes of the politician. My hope is that the Ugandans who really want to do things the right way, that more and more engage in politics. Those who cannot directly engage, support those who are in there, so that we resolve the political problems, and then the space can be created in which the officers and men who would not have been tainted in the army, in police, intelligence services, can have an atmosphere in which they can professionalize those forces. You know, I don't see an escape route. There has to be. I remember when I keep talking about the political class. When Gen Museveni manipulated the constitution first time about the amendment of the term limits, I was one of the two representatives of the army in the National Council. We were in Chankwanzi, we were about 400. And they had gone around the country behind the scenes of those who were at the national level, manipulating the people, the leaders at the district level, who came to that conference. And then they started orchestrating the issue of changing term limit. And we stood up and opposed it. But you can imagine, out of about 400 people who were there, 6 of us are the ones who said no. I recall clearly Honorable Bedandi Sali, Honorable Sarah Chinji, Honorable Miriam Matembe, Honorable Amanya, Deret Katega, and myself. And we carried the day because we halted that. We agreed to put up a committee to go around the country and carry out a gathering of views for 2 months. So, and we believe that now we would have an opportunity to go around the country and mobilize the population. 2 days after that in Kampala, they called for National Council again in a conference center, and they tried to change that. It was the late Upakaburo who was chairing that meeting. Again, we resisted it, and they failed to change the resolution which had been carried out in Chankwan. On a Sunday, I never knew what happened in that meeting because I never knew about the meeting. I never attended that meeting. General Museveni is the one who chaired that meeting on National Council, and they reversed the resolution of Chankwanzi, pushed that idea in the delegates conference of 6,000 people on a Monday, following Monday, and it carried the day. And then it went to Parliament, where there were about 300 members of Parliament. Members of Parliament ordinarily are supposed to be the cream of society. And they were paid 5 million, and they amended the constitution. There is a societal problem. On one side, there's Gen Museveni, who has completely failed in a responsibility of leading a country in the national interest. But on the other side, who are supposed to check him, in this particular case, the political class, are so inept. They could not see the consequences of the actions they took then. Recently, they changed the age limit, and now we are teetering in the balance. You don't know whether there will be any smooth change or whether this country can implode. Why? Because of the weakness of the political class. So we are dealing with a problem, a cultural problem, and we need to confront it. And therefore, people who really want to do the right things need to engage more and more in politics. Those who can't, because not everybody can be in politics, support those who are in to build the capabilities to turn around this situation. I don't see any other way out.
The world looked at the regime of Idi Amin. I was in Uganda
Yes.
when the regime was going on. I was working for the Daily Nation in Nairobi, the Standard newspaper in the same place in Nairobi. And here is the guy who promoted officers who carried out atrocities. Now, we come to the regime today of General Yoweri Museveni. When massacres were carried out in Kasese by now General Elwelu, he wasn't a general, but the moment after the massacres were carried out in Kasese, where lots of people, innocent people in that kingdom, were massacred at the order of the president and at the instigation of Mr. or General Elwelu. What does that make difference between Idi Amin's regime and this regime? I fear, I shudder to think even comparing the Museveni regime to Idi Amin's, because I think, in my opinion, this regime is worse than Idi Amin. Do you agree with me?
General Museveni's main focus is survival in power, and he'll do anything, hang on to it, you know. And our role is how to oust him.
Would you agree that in terms of what has happened since the NRA came to power in 1986, the regime is the worst that Uganda has ever had?
To be honest with you, for me, it doesn't matter who. To be honest with you, it doesn't matter who is worse than the other. For the last 60 years, we have had a raw deal. Our focus is how do we get a situation that is better than what we have had so far. Because the one thing would be to be so focused.
General, how are you going to get this? Because you yourself have stood twice again you have stood for the presidency, and you have not won. Not because people are not supporting you. You have no blemish. As far as I know, no one has ever come to me and said, Henry Gombya, Gen Mugisha Muntu did this or that. No one. I've got so many information about other generals. You have no blemish. You've tried to stand for leadership. You have not won. It's not because you can't, but because...
To me,
Go ahead.
what drives me? They normally say that success happens when opportunity meets with preparation. I keep asking people when we're like on tours country, right? Because we bump into people who say, this is an impossible situation. Some say we can never engage in electoral processes again. So I keep asking them, I say, what do you do? Some are farmers, some are business people. So I ask them, those who go to town in the market, say, when you go to town every day to look for money, do you get it? They say, no. At times you don't get money. When you don't get it, do you go back? They say, yes. Actually, for money, from experience, we see all of us keep looking for money until they go to the grave. Those who are in farming, you go and you plant your crop, and it rains. If you don't have scientific methods of irrigation, they dry up. But you don't leave farming, you go back again. So I asked them, why do you do that? Because inevitably they have to do that. They have to eat. For those who are looking for money have to get money. So I asked them, if you don't give up on looking for money until you die, how on earth can you give up on politics? And yet it is at the core of your human existence as long as we are still this end of life. Because when politics goes wrong, it impacts negatively on everything else you are doing. Whether you are a doctor in a hospital, you are a teacher in a school, you are a market vendor, whatever you are, it impacts on you. So how can you give up on politics? That's what I keep asking. And it beats me to understand. So basically it means that even when you're involved in something and it's not working yet, you keep at it until it works. Basically that's something I'm trying to say. So suppose, let me ask a question. If we woke up one day and Gen Mugisha is in a coma and you can't recover from a coma, and you find there's no group which is adequately prepared to manage power, do you know that there's a high possibility that even when Gen Mugisha is in a coma and power changes hands, that we can repeat the same situation like we've been going through in the last 60 years? If you don't have a group which is adequately prepared to manage power.
Yeah, because already he's made it very
clear. Do you think that's possible, or you think it's not possible?
It's possible, but he's made it very clear that he wants his son to take over from him. No. It's like what happened in DRC. You remember what happened?
Is he God? Do you think that everything he wants is what must happen? You think everything he wants is what will happen? Mubarak wanted his son to become the president of Egypt. Did he become? No, that guy of Iraq wanted the guy of Iraq, what was his name? Saddam Hussein wanted one of his sons to become a president of Iraq. Did he?
No.
Gaddafi wanted one of his sons to become the president. Did he? Mugabe wanted his wife to become the president of Zimbabwe. Did she?
But because
why
all these things happened because the people rose up in revolt. Can Ugandans really rise up in revolt against what Museveni is trying to do?
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that those people who wanted to hang on to power never did. Whatever plans they had never materialized. The question is, even when you are going through that kind of situation, are you preparing to ensure that whatever motives of the guy in power, when they no longer cease to matter, when the person is off, that you have a team of people who are able to turn the country from where it is into a better direction? That's the whole point, because that's not going to happen by accident. You think it is possible to start doing that the day when Gen Mugisha is power, for example? It is too late. If people are going to wait for that day, we are already depending too much on chance that when the day comes and another group gets into power, that it is going to be better. How can a society really composed of people who are educated, who are exposed, want to depend on chance rather than deliberate planning?
General Mugisha Muntu, thank you so much. Let's go into a break and we go into questions because we have a lot of questions from the viewers, and please go and make yourself a cup of tea. We come back and we go into the questions from the viewers.
Okay.
Awo olwatuuka bawansolo nga bakuba olukiiko lwabwe okusala entotto engeri gye banaasobola okweggyako omugwira wa mpologoma eyabalumba mu kibira kyabwe ne yeefuula kabaka waabwe ewatali yadde olukusa okuva gye bali. Wampologoma yajjanga mununuzi okubataasa ku mmese ezaababbiranga ebinyeebwa byabwe, kubanga yabagamba nti ewaabwe gy'asibuka bakugu nnyo mu kutega emmese eza buli kika. Era bo ewaabwe omwana azaalibwa n'akamasu mu ngalo, era oyo yenna alemererwa bamuzaaluka mu kika kyabwe ekyaba Wampologoma. Kyokka beerabira okumubuuza emmere gy'alya n'omusala gwe yali yeetaaga. Baalabira awo nga bannaye batandika okubula ku kyalo omu ku omu. Baakizuula luvannyuma nnyo nti Wampologoma ye yali ababwebwena basalawo beekumekume wamu basala entotto engeri gye banaasobola okwejjako sirwajja okwota okukkakkana nga buli omu afunye obuvunaanyizibwa era nga buli omu afunye n'ekitundu kyalina okukwata basobole okumekuza wampologoma era baamuwangula nga newankubadde basooka ku muti kuba wampologoma yali w'amaanyi nnyo ate ng'atiisa. Uganda Federal Consultative Council lwe lukiiko lwa bannayuganda abasazeewo okwegatta ewamu bateeseza eggwanga lyabwe okusobola okwenunula nga bayita mu nfuga eya federal. Naawe beegatteko weeyeza okusabako ku email ya ufcc@getunn.com.
Dr. Andrew Takome Kayira was born on 30th January 1945 in a small town known as Nkokonjeru in the Buganda region. He is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country sent him to an early grave. He was a lawyer and professor and had many accomplishments since 1971, with many of his accolades attained from his education and political experiences, both nationally and internationally. Significant is his doctoral dissertation titled Condoism in Uganda, which has awarded him an internationally recognized terminology now used in criminology. He joined several political organizations, including Uganda Freedom Movement, UFM, which he was the leader, the Uganda National Liberation Front, UNLF, later joining the National Resistance Army, NRA, which had once been his organization's rival. Dr. Kayira is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country led to his premature death. He was just 46 years old when he was assassinated on 6th March 1987 during a dinner with his close friends and 3 female acquaintances. His killers have never been brought to justice.
Welcome all our viewers back to our program tonight with our distinguished guest, General Mugisha Muntu. General, we welcome you back as soon as we can be able to see you.
Thank you. Are you able to see me?
Oh, no, I can't see you, but very well, I can hear you. I hope the viewers can also hear. And General, there are questions. I've got loads, but we'll go through them one by one.
Can you see me now?
We may not be able to. I can hear you. Yeah, I can see you now, and I can hear you properly. The question that has been put to me now from a viewer is this. It's a federal question. It says, elections under a unitary system cannot be the solution to political problems in Uganda. He says, election 1996, Museveni versus Semogerere. In 2001, Museveni versus Besigye. In 2006, Museveni versus Besigye. In 2011, Museveni versus Besigye. In 2016, Museveni Besigye. Election 2021, Museveni versus Chagulanyi, in which you also participated. In all the above elections, the script has been like this. 1. Appoint a pro-Museveni electoral commission. Use the military, the police, and security agencies to rig for Museveni. deploy the army on the streets to intimidate and beat up voters, cut off communications throughout the country, cut off social media, electricity, internet, leave the country in a communication blackout until voting has ended. 5. Get the chairman of the Electoral Commission to announce Museveni as the winner. Arrest and detain or keep the main opposition leader under house arrest for the time required for them to put in petition to High Court to challenge Museveni's election. Ask the Chief Justice to swear you, that's Museveni, then rule for the next 5 years. Because under a federal system, this is the argument for this questioner, there will be no concentration of power in the hands of one man. And if Ugandans rise up across the country and demand for federalism or no elections in 2026, surely the junta will buckle down. Gen Muntu, is it not time for Ugandans to change tactics from elections under a unitary system to elect under a federal system of governance?
As long as this is my own personal view, as long as we have got the majority of the people who are in politics, who want to advance their own self-interest over and above the national interest, it doesn't matter what system of governance we would have, whether it is unitary, whether it is federal, they would remain the same political culture. So the biggest weakness is in the actors, because you can even have the same thing happening at the federal state level. I mean, I look at what is happening. We've been following the history of Nigeria for quite a long time. They are making some advances on the political side, yes, but you can also find that they have so many complex situations which are happening. Look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia is has a federal system of governance. Right now, they are at war. So at the end of the day, the political actors, if they have not evolved the culture of one, negotiation and discussions in a civilized way to resolve political questions, if they are not people who are selfless to advance the interests of the country beyond their own interest, they will manipulate the system, regardless of whether it is federal, whether it is unitary, regardless of whether it is a parliamentary or presidential system, regardless of whether it is past the post or whether it is party list. Those systems, people can agree in whichever one they want to have. It is okay. For me, I have no problem. Once society sits and decides whichever systems of governance they want. But underlying that is the character of the political class. That's where the problem is.
Okay, another question, General Muntu. Ugandans in diaspora and back home have formed an umbrella that is intended to unite all Ugandans from all the 16 states, regions, creed, and political inclination without bias to any preconceived ideas, to formulate a federal structure which will be used in drafting a new federal constitution, which they have determined to be the only lasting solution to the history of political turmoil in Uganda since 1966. The question this viewer is asking, Gen Muntu, these Ugandans are inviting you to join them and be part of yet another historical landmark in the politics of our country. What's your answer to that?
Yeah, we've interacted with a team of leaders, I think, who are part of that process, and we've already indicated to them that we'll be available. Understand it will be online to discuss. There are so many questions that need to be discussed in our country. They never us break out of the vicious cycle of the political problems we have in the country. So as long as we are all honest to each other and also develop a culture of, honest dialogue, I don't think that there is anything that we will not be able to resolve. That is a challenge in our country. The biggest problem that I find still the character of the political class. There are many Ugandans who, many women and men and women of integrity, many honest men and women. But for some strange reason, many people who are straight are never involved in politics. They remain on the sideline. If more and more of them engage, to the extent that in the event that there is a group which goes into power, regardless of under whatever system they will be leading, that the majority of those who will be in leadership position will be people who put the country before self, that system will succeed.
Okay, another question from another viewer is this. He says the issue of state-inspired institutionalized corruption. Gen Muntu, when you hear President Museveni telling the IGG, Miss Betty Kamya, to go slow auditing the lifestyle of those who embezzle public funds because they build 5-star hotels at the expense of the poor tax-burdened Ugandans. What do you say as a man who fought corruption in the army due to ghost soldiers because they built 5-star hotels at the expense of poverty-stricken and burdened army traumatized Ugandans? As a man who fought corruption in the army due to ghost soldiers during your time at the top of that institution, what do you say about Gen Museveni's statement?
Well, the only thing that
The face of corruption, Your Excellency, and our honored guests, is that lifestyle which is not commensurate with a person's legitimate source of income. That expensive car, that mansion, those family holidays that's abroad, those expensive schools abroad where you take your children, which are not commensurate with your salary or your legitimate sources of income, is the face of corruption.
Now, the lifestyle audit is good, but be careful, because we are still lucky that our corrupt people are corrupt here. They steal the money, they put it there. You see a 5-star hotel from corruption. Now, if you only concentrate on the lifestyle, then they will take the money out. And you will have no evidence here. It will be another struggle. The money they are stealing is mainly government money.
What do you say about that strange statement from the president of our country?
What surprises me is that there are still people who believe that Gen Museveni can crack down on corruption effectively. He sustains himself in power because of two things: money and fear. So there is no way he's going to relinquish any of those two tools unless he reaches a point and decides to leave power. But as long as he still wants, which is the case, he's going to keep promoting both. Uses the army, police, intelligence services to cause fear. And then he also uses money to rent support. And I think the middle class there is so vulnerable in that regard. I mean, look, you know what? Yesterday, I watched, I think it was an interview on one of the TVs. I think it's an online TV, and they were talking about UNUNN. UNUNN is the Uganda Uganda National something, the one which brings together Ugandans in the diaspora, right?
Yeah.
Now, UNUNN is not under the direct control of Gen Museveni here in Uganda. UNUNN is not faced by an army. It's not under the control of the army, police, and intelligence services of Uganda. So fear wouldn't play a part there. Elections are held outside the country. That the movement can infiltrate the diaspora and take over UNUNN tells you the character of the middle class.
Well, I've attended so many meetings of the UNUNN in the United States, and I saw very clearly how the Museveni regime was taking over that organization.
Through use of money.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
You know, well, we have a problem. And you see, that's why we have to focus on building, keep on organizing. And that's why I keep asking people who believe in the different parties, because parties are the vehicles of government. At no point, unless we change the constitution, an NGO or a circle or a church or mosque or any faith organization is not going to run government. Constitutionally, it is the parties which vie for power. So to resolve the challenges of the country, to resolve the political problem, the parties must be well set. One, to have a critical number of leaders who understand the challenges of the time and have the capabilities to resolve those challenges. So Ugandans who believe in change and qualitative change must invest in the party. You are not going to have change, qualitative change by accident. Just simply not possible. And two, I hear people who are frustrated because, like in the last election, there are people who put a lot of money in loop, and then they say, "Oh, so why didn't it perform?" You put money in a party in the last 6 months, and you think it is going to, do miracles? For there to be significant change, for a party to organize itself adequately, any investment must be high enough. Right now, people who want these parties to become strong, be well organized, must start putting money into them now. So that by the time of election, they are well organized. You know?
General, what is still, as we wind up our, maybe let me ask the studios whether they have more questions. Studios, do you have any live questions from the audience, from our viewers before we close the program tonight? Please send us all your questions to the General while we're still with him here on the telephone number that is being displayed on our studio number above. General, for me, the question is, here I am. I've spent 34 years living in the United Kingdom after fleeing Uganda.
Yes.
But one thing I remember very well was that this Mr. Bwenje wrote a book called I think it was called The Price of Freedom. And in it, he quoted you as having been at the High Court when Dr. Kayira was being released after being charged for treason. But the court released him and said he didn't have any case to answer. And Dr. Kayira was afraid to leave the court. And you assured him, according to Francis Bwenje's book, that no, you don't have anything to fear. You can go, then nobody's going to actually have any harm to do to you. And within a week of fleeing, leaving the court and residing at my house, he was shot dead in my house, and that's the reason I'm still here. Were you party to that, and did you actually assure him that he didn't have anything to fear?
I've always believed that no Ugandan should have anything to fear, because I've always believed that the security service of the country should protect each and every person. That has never been the case all the time. I mean, there are a number of people who have lost their lives. Now, unfortunately, there are cases which have been investigated and outcomes have never been put in public. Like in the case of the late Dr. Kayira, one of the best investigative agencies in the world, Scotland Yard, was involved. The unfortunate thing is that the report has never seen the light of day. So I believe that at some point that report will come out. Once that report comes out, I believe that's when we'll know the truth. I don't know whether Gen Mugisha will release that report when he's still in power. So if he was to release it, then we would all understand. Yes?
I personally used the Freedom of Information Act here in the United Kingdom to try and get that report.
Yes.
And I was,
they
wrote back to me. No, they wrote back to me and said that they did not want to spoil relations between Uganda and the United Kingdom, and they couldn't give me that report. But I request, because the freedom of information here gives us the right to ask for any document.
Yeah.
But they say because of not trying to spoil relations between Uganda and the United Kingdom, they couldn't give it to me.
What is the time limitation that end? Because I know like United States has got a number of years beyond which everything which was kept as a secret is released to the public. Is that the same case in UK?
It should be, because here after 30 years, any information can be, not any, some information can be given out. But if it's going to do with disturbing relation between the two countries, they can't release it for however many years.
When did you last ask the government, the UK
I asked
government?
that about 25 years ago.
So why don't you try now? Because it may be that the number of years have elapsed. Maybe the years.
But as you are aware,
I don't know what it is.
General,
I know in US it is 30 years. Yes.
Ugandan papers have come out with a report that says that's the Scotland Yard report, and basically what was happening, what I read in that report is not what I know happened. But in any case, the question was,
yes.
Did you assure Dr. Kayira at all that he was safe coming out of the court?
I can tell you directly that I one thing I can assure you for sure that I know in my heart that I never participated in the killing of Dr. Kayira. That's why I am sure that the moment the report comes out, come again?
No, I assure, because nobody has ever I don't have anybody who has ever come to me and said that Mugisha Muntu was involved. A lot of people's names have been mentioned. Your name, I can assure you, is not there. That's for sure. No one has ever mentioned you as having.
To me, what beats me to understand this particular case. When a report by an agency like Scotland Yard, because they are professional, I think they are thorough in their investigation. You cannot make conclusions out of hearsay or anything. So that's why I would have believed that with this question, which has been hanging for such a long time, that Gen Mugisha would just make it public.
Yeah.
But now that has never been made public from our side, from Uganda, my hope is that the time limitation, even in terms of in the time it takes for UK to release secrets. I know America takes 30 years. I don't know how many years it is in the UK, including the secrets of their own government.
Yes.
So I don't think if those years pass that they can withhold a report of another government.
No, they hold.
So maybe that's an angle
after 30 years.
Yes.
General, after 30 years, you can actually go
Yes.
and get a report, but not every report. If anything is sensitive, they will not release it. I've been to the Kew Gardens archive where all those reports are. I've been there,
Yes.
but if a report is sensitive to the government, they won't release it. Even after 30 years, they won't. That's for sure.
Even when the years have passed, I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware of that.
They won't. If it is sensitive to the government, they won't. Now, leaving that alone,
which basically means with the change of government, which means that the next government would be able to bring out that report, because at some point, Gen Mugisha will no longer be in power, and the report can be brought out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's at least that's when everybody would access the investigation itself.
That is possible. That's possible. Now, having mentioned that Dr. Kayira's unfortunate death in my own house, there have been so many high-ranking officers, your colleagues who have lost their lives. General Kazin, Jet Mwebaze, General Nyakayirima, Brigadier Nobo Mayombo, and so on and so on and so forth. And every time we've been told there's we have set up a council to determine what happened. Nothing comes. What do you think about the group?
Of course. There is no investigation of any senior political leader, even of these recent, like the ones who died in the last 2, 3, 4 years, which has come out so far. But to be honest with you, we all know what happens when there is an autocratic regime. Not only here in Uganda, across the continent, across the world. Changing autocratic regimes, fighting and eventually overthrowing dictatorship comes with a cost. There's no doubt about that. Where countries have been lucky, there haven't been death. That has been very rare. So even now, as we fight, you cannot know how many people could just go. You never know that. The only time when a society can live at peace with itself is when the people in a country keep fighting until they get a situation where politics becomes civil. We have not reached there yet. No. That's what we have to keep focused on, to fighting until we get to that point. Could there be more casualties? It is a high possibility. If that doesn't happen, it will only be by God's grace. Countries moving from bad governance to a point when they are stable, when there are clear, transparent systems of governance, where there is justice. In between, there are costs. I'm not someone who's naive not to recognize that. The only thing we can do is, how do we keep fighting and reach a point where we can have a sane environment in which, when there is political contestation, people can disagree, but they don't become enemies to each other. We have not reached there yet.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly. I mean, we just went through an election last year. You know how many young people died on the streets of Kampala?
Yeah, well, I've been told it. Quite a few.
You are the one who just talked about. You are the one who just talked about the young people who died in Kasese. All these were political questions.
Yeah.
They could have been resolved politically. They were not. So people died. Are those the last? I don't know. I pray to God that they would be the last. But it could happen again and again. But would that mean that we give up? Absolutely not. For people who want to live in a state of freedom and rights, in the countries like, I mean, you look at the contestation in Europe and wherever, you find contestation, but at least you don't find that someone is going to go kill another because of political question. You know, we have not reached there
Okay,
yet. We have to keep
General,
fighting until we get there. And by God's grace, I believe we will.
I'm being told by the studios that we have a caller coming in to ask you a question. Studio, can you put the caller on, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, the general is listening to you. Go ahead with your question.
Yes, General, I want to thank you so much for coming to the UN. We really appreciate you.
Welcome.
The fact that you're the only high caliber politician and leader who is brave enough to come here. We ask tough questions here, and we've learned to connect dots. I'm going to be brief because I was told that we don't have much time, even though I had tons of questions I wanted to ask you. First one, I want to ask you the obvious one. What do you think about the federal system? Second one
about
is, do you think Mr. Museveni can be unhinged through the ballot process? You've been in the trenches. Besigye has tried how many times? 4 times. Third one follows is more of a comment. You're a general. If this is not working, now why don't you organize and go back to the bush? Fourth, it's so disappointing.
Okay.
As a young boy,
I never picked the first one.
My dad loved Museveni, as many people did.
I never picked the first one.
He's the first one who introduced me. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But the way things are going, 37 years in power. And it seems to me that the opposition only gets busy when it's election. They just want to become presidents. The opposition here don't do work. You counter the policies. I'm not even interested at all for these young, the young, inexperienced, the NUP guys. This only goes to show the kind of political maturity, or I should say the space that has been allowed. There's educated people like you, but how can a young boy from the ghetto come? How can he fill these shoes? Uganda is a hegemon in almost the sub-Saharan Africa. So many questions. If they allow me, I can ask more. I can come back again. But I'll give you an opportunity to answer those. But I have a ton of questions I want, and we really appreciate you for coming in.
Let me respond to 3 questions. The first one was that opposition parties want to become active during the electoral period. My understanding of our situation as opposition, I think there are 2 basic challenges. One, where we focus. 2, resources. Building a robust opposition party, strong opposition party, requires resources. And I think that's where I would request the Ugandans in the diaspora. Because the Ugandans in the diaspora, you don't live under the situation like people here live under, like those who have money, business people fear. But they believe if they are linked with any opposition party, their businesses would be, disrupted. But we have about 500,000 plus Ugandans out in the diaspora. I believe that if we got like 100,000 of them who would be able to choose whichever party is in the opposition to support, and they want to help them to build their capacities, and they're able to raise $10, $20, but early enough, not around the elections time, The parties which are focused would put that money to good use and they'll be able to build their capability. And when you do that, you'll be helping not only in hastening the exit of this regime of Gen Museveni, but also you'll be ensuring the parties themselves. I keep saying this. Citizens need to own the parties which are vehicles of government. Because when you give support to an organization, that means it doesn't become vulnerable to other forces that can put money into an organization and lead it in a direction possibly where the party wouldn't have wanted to go. But as is said, whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So as a way of immunizing the organizations which really are the foundation, the vehicle through which we can build a firm foundation on the basis of which there could be good governance. And those who are in the diaspora are exposed to that. You know, the contributions you make even to the parties which you support in the countries where you are. I would like to urge those who are in the diaspora, scan the environment, look at the parties which you think can be, share the ideas which you believe in, and put money into them. Because if you get like 20,000 Ugandans giving $20, that's 400,000 United States dollars per month for a party, if it is just one party. That's about close to 1 billion, actually 1.2 billion Uganda shillings. I know a party like Alliance for National Transformation with that kind of money every month, there's no way in a year, in 2 years, will not be able to have established grassroots networks at every village, every parish, every sub-county. Let me maybe jump the issue of the ballot, because you talked about do you think it is possible to oust Gen Museveni through the ballot? It depends the extent which we're able to organize. Two, it depends on the approach you use, even when you are going into the electoral process. Up this point in time, many actors, for some reason which I've never understood, but where we disagree, have always targeted to knock Gen Museveni off the top and then take power and then build the party. My view has always been the opposite. But if you want to knock him off from the top, cut him by the roots, organize at the grassroots, take the local councils, take LC 3 chairpersons, LC 5 chairpersons, take a significant part of parliament, and then shift the balance of forces in the country. If you follow what happens in Kenya, for example, the opposition and the ruling party, when you look at the local government position, right from the council, at the provincial level, at the parliament, they are in 40+%. In some cases, you find they're almost like 49%. Even in Uganda, out of, for example, 2,000 LC3 chairpersons, they're between 1,800, 2,000. If we had 800 or 900 as opposition, if LC5 out of 147, we had about 60 or even 50 something. Parliament out of 500, if we had 200, there's no Gen Museveni who would be running this country as if he's running his own home, even if he would have manipulated at the top. But two, once you take the base, in that scenario where you have got those significant numbers, percentages, then it gives you a firm base on the base of which you can even take the top. That's our thinking. And that's what we keep building around. There are those who think Museveni cannot be ousted. We think different because we don't believe in impossibilities. I am not a person who believes in impossibilities, because we have seen things which ordinary in life, not only in politics, even elsewhere, where things to be almost impossible. People who succeed in life, regardless of whatever walk of life they are, you are exposed, you are in Europe, you are in America, you have seen things which have happened, which ordinarily would have been seen to be impossible. But when people focus on the things which they think are possible, even when many others think they are not possible, eventually they reach a point of breakthrough. And I think we should operate from that mindset. Let's believe that all options are possible until one works. Use of weapons.
Okay.
I'm not someone who subscribes to the use of weapons.
General, we've got so many questions coming in. We've got so many questions coming in. This one is asking, General Muntu, last elections, you tried to go around the country building institutions, ANT offices. What has happened to your ANT offices now since January this year?
Resources, we are moving at a very crawling speed. We don't have a member of parliament, so we are not able to get resources from electoral commission. So we move on a very, very slow pace because we don't have adequate resources. And it's not only ANT. I know a number of parties which could do similar work, but if they don't have resources, what can they do? You know. So the use of weapons has its own challenge. Come again?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I mean, we took weapons, and we took power. Here we are. So what does it mean? That doesn't mean that if you overthrow a dictator through the use of weapons, that necessarily those who use weapons and take power, that they won't be like the ones whom they replace. I know that is highly possible. Why do I believe so? Because the nature of our people, out of 10 people, you're not going to get more than 3 who will withstand the temptation and the power that comes through the use of weapons. It gives a sense of entitlement. Many of our colleagues now who are riding roughshod over people here operate from that state of a mindset of entitlement because we took weapons and took power. Same thing I believe would happen. That's why I cannot go to the bush again myself. I would not condemn anybody who goes to the bush. If they are going to fight and target those who have weapons, you know. But I know almost that the ones who would go in and take power through the use of force, within 2-3 years, most likely they would be like the ones who are in there now. And you can see it across the African continent. Most regimes which have taken power through use of weapons, most of them have not fully democratized.
Okay. Second question, General, is this one. General Muntu, as Army General, what do you say about Uganda going to DRC under the shadow of fighting the ADF without getting parliamentary approval? Do we have a functioning parliament in Uganda today?
I would have been surprised if General Museveni had sought for parliamentary approval, because this is not the first time. He didn't seek for parliamentary approval when UPDF went to South Sudan, when it went to Central African Republic, when it went to Somalia. Why? Because again, it's psychological warfare. He's playing, to create an impression that, you know what, he can do anything, and nobody can question, which reinforces the fear that he sends, or creating the state of hopelessness that he wants people to be plunged into, to say, you know what, there's nothing we can do. So he does things that favor the build-up of that kind of image, or that kind of sense in the population. So I would have been surprised. However, the involvement of UPDF itself in DRC, one, I commend 2 things. One, that the DRC this time around that Uganda had discussions with DRC, and they agreed on the terms of engagement of UPDF. And therefore, UPDF crossed into DRC this time around with the endorsement of the DRC government. 2, I think that the best way to the solution of ADF, in as long as it remained outside the reach of UPDF outside Uganda, the only other option would have been if the Congolese army would have had the capability to eliminate ADF, or if the UNUNN forces would have eliminated it. Now that they didn't have the capability at this point in time, to me, I think it is legitimate for UPDF to go into Congo. However, I warned the commander, it's a double-edged sword. If they go in and they keep focused on the mission, and they're able to eliminate ADF, then they would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. One, clean the image of UPDF, because the last time they messed up big time, and really soil the image of the army, soil the image of the country. But if they go in there, keep focused on the mission, remain disciplined, eliminate ADF, they would clean up that image, and also they would have resolved a situation where there is a group that believes in the use of terror as an indiscriminate weapon. Both are correct in as far as I'm concerned. The issue of not seeking parliamentary approval is only the next regime which will be able to do that, if the army is ever to go out of Uganda. hoping that the next regime would also be composed of people who believe in constitutionalism and the building of institutions.
Thank you so much, General. Another question here. General, the Uganda police and security agencies have come out and confessed that they shot ADF suspects after arresting and handcuffing them. What do you say about this vis-a-vis Uganda's stand on human rights violations?
That's criminal behavior. Why on earth would you shoot someone whom you've already arrested? You've already handcuffed them. Why on earth would you kill them? One, now they would be a source of information. Two, when they survive, it diminishes the determination of those who are still fighting. It's a psychological thing. But the person who is fighting, when they know that when they are arrested, that they will be secure, that they will not die, normally it undermines the morale of the person you are fighting. But when they know that the moment they are arrested, they are going to be killed, why on earth would they even surrender? Doesn't make sense.
Another question, General. Someone here is asking, have you ever thought about coming together with your former army friends who are disgruntled with the current regime, like General Sejusa, General Tumukunde, retired Colonel of SCJ, to formulate a more strategic constitutional way of ousting Museveni, or even talking to him about where he has gone wrong and how he could improve?
Some of them, our strategies are different. At least one thing I do, and the colleagues in the ANT, what we do is that we ensure that whatever strategy we believe in and we build around, that we do not provoke anybody else who believes in a different strategy. We don't undermine them, we don't abuse them, we don't do anything. We just create a state of peace between ourselves and them. Because we believe that if we build capability around the strategy we believe in, and others are building around the strategies they believe in, and we can cooperate in areas where we have agreement, that where they build capabilities, that whichever is to succeed, whichever strategy is to succeed, because to me it doesn't matter which succeeds first, as long as we change the political environment, as long as we oust the regime, and then we can work on the issues of governance.
Another viewer is asking you this question. It says, General Mugisha Muntu, you are among the few clean military officers of the UPDF. What is your view about the criminality of General Elweru after commanding the massacre of over 150 Bakonjo at Kasese?
General Museveni had to promote General Elweru because basically, again, it's psychological, the effect of it. For any other commander who is given wrong orders, to carry them out because they are lured to think that, okay, nothing will happen. In any case, there is a benefit in that. You can imagine if he had caused his arrest, then that means it will strengthen those who want to stand against wrong orders and defy them. It's just a psychological thing.
This question is from me personally. I was convinced by Yoweri Museveni that I mean, in the way he was acting then, that he was better than what we had at that time. And I think most of my reports on BBC were very favorable to him. I reported the way you guys were moving around in the bush. I reported every day. I woke up very early in the morning. I went and saw what you were doing, reported, and all of you are behaving so well. The army came into Kampala, and everyone was calling it our army, the NRA, our army. Our boys are here. That's no longer the process. You are talking the same language today, General Mugisha Muntu. You are talking so well.
Yeah.
What I'm afraid of is hearing you talk here today so well, and all the viewers seem to be in agreement with you, and then you come into power and you turn into another Museveni. How can we avoid that?
If you keep following what I keep saying all the time, I have always said that no society, no country should ever depend on the good faith or will of one individual. If you find a society that is dependent on the good faith or will of one individual, you know that society is highly vulnerable. That's why I believe in the building of institutions. I mean, right now, what we are focused on is to attract as many Ugandans as do believe in the things we say in the party in which we are as Alliance for National Transformation. So that at the end of the day, the party itself, the culture it creates, the organization it builds is strong enough and becomes stronger than an individual. But for some strange reason, Ugandans are looking for an individual. I see it all the time because we go and talk and talk and talk and people say, you know what you are saying is nice, it's good. But you guys are weak. Where do you get strength unless you get people who think alike, who will act in concert, build an organization?
Mm.
Yes.
There's another question here. Is asking you, General Mugisha Muntu, can you tell us who commanded the Mukura massacre of Ateso people in a train wagon over 30 years ago?
The brigade commander at that time, unfortunately, the commander was called BNC. Incidentally, most people have never known the outcomes of that because the brigade commander, the brigade intelligence officer, I think, and the battalion commander who were in that sector were all arrested. Eventually, they were even tried. And they had sentences passed. But that has never come out.
Mm.
But of course, as the commander, I've been asked before, and I keep saying that as the overall commander, I would take responsibility of most of the things which were happening when I was in command, much as I was in the operational command in the different areas. That's why every Ugandan should pray that we don't go through another violent period. Stabilizing a country out of chaos comes with a lot of costs.
Another viewer is asking you this question. General Muntu, do you find it okay for the Rwandese to be involved in Uganda? The Ugandan constitution. Are Ugandans also included in the Rwandan constitution?
That one would require, the understanding of history. One, I think the most unfortunate thing is that the Rwandese, is a word which is linked not only to a country, but also to a people. So there is Rwanda, a country. But there are people of Rwandese origin who are in Uganda. Because if you remember, the shifting of borders in, I think our borders as Uganda ended in 1926. But there was a shift in 1890-something. Some parts of Uganda were taken by countries around Uganda. Others came into Uganda, and the last one was in 1926. Places like, I think, Kisoro used to be part of Rwanda. A place like Byumba, which is now in Rwanda, is part of Uganda. But there are also people of Rwandese origin, like in that whole area of Mpororo, of Ntunga and Mpororo Kingdom, who were of Rwandese origin, but in Uganda that time, by the time Uganda was created. So that's the only historical context that one can look at it from.
Okay, we have another viewer.
Now, the only thing maybe that
we have another viewer from the state of New York in the United States. He's saying, are there any extrajudicial killings of anyone, soldier or civilian, that you know about or have information about? that were ordered by General Yoweri Museveni since NRM came to power?
Well, I have never received any orders from General Museveni myself to carry out any such orders, but I know a number of cases where there is a lot of contestation. Some say these are extrajudicial killings, others say these are not. We've not had any conclusive reports from investigation, because for me to conclusively say yes, you need credible investigations to be carried out, and whoever ordered, whoever was involved in the killings themselves, be brought up through an investigative process. Under the current regime, you know that is not about to be possible. So I wouldn't want to come out and give you my own thinking.
Now, General, what really bothers me so much is, for example, the last attempted assassination was on one of your friends, the former commander of the army. And up
General
to now, there's not been any suggestion as to what happened, who attacked him. No one has been arrested or brought into court for this. The same has gone all along, like all the deaths of several people. These investigations, why don't they go anywhere?
It would make sense that when a government wants to clean its image, that it would be investing a lot of resources in having conclusive investigations, convincing investigations in high-profile cases of that nature. Because you see, when you do that, when you're in government and an incident happens, and people think you may have a hand, what you do is you, one, do things in a way that when an investigation is carried out, it is seen to be credible, so that the outcomes of it are convincing to people. And therefore, that gives you a clean image. Now, when you don't do that, why would you not legitimize anybody who would think that you have a hand in it? That's what surprises me, why in the case of Gen 7 and the NRM, do not carry out conclusive investigations in all high-profile cases of people who've been killed, and even those on whose lives there have been an attempt. I simply can't understand that myself.
Okay. Let's have some more voice calls from around the world. Studio, can you put on some voice callers who are trying to ask the General some questions?
Hello, good evening, General Muntu.
Good evening.
Go ahead, caller. The General is listening to you. Just go ahead with your question.
Yes, thank you. I'm called Philip, and I just want to ask a few questions here to the good General Muntu. Now, my question is, Mr. General Muntu took the mantle to be CDF in 1989, and that was a very difficult time in the history of Uganda and the Great Lakes region at large. One of the most terrifying issue was when a section of officials from the Ugandan army went and attacked a sovereign neighboring country, Rwanda. And this was a time when General Muntu was the CDF. I want to ask General Muntu if he knew about this move by a section of these officers who went to attack Rwanda, and did he sanction, or if yes, does he know about if this move was approved by the relevant authorities, the commander-in-chief, or even he himself as the CDF? And these officers who attacked, were there any disciplinary actions that were taken to try and bring them to book? Because this act was, and still is, it has consequences on Uganda as a country, because the international statutes and everything, I'm very sure these things are in their archives. So this was a time when General Muntu was the CDF. I want to know if he took any or he got in touch with the commander-in-chief to take any disciplinary action against these officers, because even one of them is currently the president of that country. And my last question on that regard is, do those officers still remain in the books of the Ugandan army, or they were erased from the records and they are now officers in the other neighboring country? Because there is a lot of confusion on that issue. I think I'll end there. I wait for the good general to answer my questions. Thank you.
I will start with the last. They were boarded off in 94, 95. They were boarded off from at that time, NRA record. The initial incursion into Rwanda by RPA, I wasn't aware, and I believe Gen Mugisha wasn't aware of that move, though he was aware of the intentions which he had tried to resolve differently. He had a view that maybe there could be negotiations, and he was in touch with Myanmar for quite a while. So at the end of it all, the main incursion, if he wasn't aware. But subsequent to that, actually I think immediately after the incursion, was, I believe within a month, hardly a month, there was active involvement of us as UPDF and RPA, at that time we were still NRA, in giving them support in spite of the earlier incursion not having been authorized. Those are the facts as I know them. As to whether there would have been disciplinary actions, one, I don't think there would have been disciplinary actions for two reasons. One, that they were already outside Uganda. But also, two, that we were supporting them to succeed in their mission. Definitely there would be no way you would do two things which are contradictory to each other. That you are going to discipline them, but at the same time you are supporting. So that's the facts as I know them.
Thank you very much for that answer. Studios, do you have another voice question, please? Okay, as we wait for the studios to come with a voice answer, I have a question here which has been emailed to me. It says, General Muntu, the FEDEM leader Nkwanga, the UFM leader Dr. Kayira, and their soldiers were murdered in suspicious circumstances. What do you remember of these, and do you think they were due to directives from Museveni?
I think Dr. Nkwanga died before we took power. I think he died in 85 before we took Kampala. It is only Dr. Kayira who died when we were already in charge of Kampala. And I've already responded to that. I think we will all get to know the death of Dr. Kayira when we all access the report which was an outcome of an investigation by Scotland Yard. I would like to believe that either Uganda government releases it, if it's not able to, at some point UK will release it, if there is a government, when there is a government, which is other than government, for which the UK will no longer feel, as Henry Gombya said, that they don't want to cause political friction or diplomatic friction.
Yeah.
The report would be available.
Right.
In any case, I believe once Gen Mugisha is out of power.
General, there's a feeling among Ugandans that I've spoken to that they thought that Captain Nkwanga was killed as you guys came in, and they're not quite sure whether it was on your side or it was the UNLA that killed him and dumped his body at Luzira, I think, somewhere in
the story I've always heard was that he was killed at the Nile Mansion. I've heard of a story, I don't know how true or not true it is, that he was killed at the Nile Mansion. To be honest with you, I don't know anything further than that. But I know by the time he died, we are not yet. Come again?
Okay, because his body was dumped at Silver Springs near Luzira.
Which month was that in 85?
I can't remember the month, but just before you came in.
We would have checked out the month. If he died in 85, which I believe it was, we were not yet in Kampala. We hadn't taken Kampala. If it is in January, maybe close 25th thereabouts, well, that's when we had started moving it to Kampala. Maybe that's when it would not be clear as to who. But I've always heard that he was killed by the UNRA. That's what we've heard. But when you have a situation where there is contention and there is no capability to put in place an inquiry which is credible, then you have stories, rotating. And we have so many of those stories here in Uganda. One hopes that we'll have a situation in the future where there'll be a government which is credible, that institutes commissions of inquiry to dig deep and get to know some of these stories. What is truth? What is fake news? Or whatever. At least even in countries like South Africa, where they had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where people got to know what happened, to who, why. Things are necessary for society to be at peace with itself.
Another viewer here is showing his concern that the last time the UPDF went to the DRC, they pillaged the Congo's resources, leading to a case in The Hague where Uganda was required to pay $1 billion. How is that?
10 billion.
How sure are Ugandans that this time around the same UPDF won't do worse things than last time when they were in the Congo?
It will be dumb for them to do the same thing. My only hope is that what gives pride to anybody in uniform, really, as far as I'm concerned, and I really would like to believe that those commanders right now in UPDF need to know that this is an opportune time for them to clean up the image, which was spoiled by the looting of gold and timber and all the things which happened in Congo then. That now they can recover that by cleaning it up, doing what is right. If they repeated the same thing, then they would simply be dumb.
There's another viewer here who is going back to the question of
you could ask people who are in army. To me, what gives anybody in uniform pride? It is not the rank, it is not the money that you earn, it is the sense that you are carrying out a national duty and that you are disciplined and that the population is behind you in any warfare that you are involved in. That even where errors are made, that people give you the benefit of doubt, as long as you can own up and carry out corrective action. There's no other sense of when you are in uniform that gives you pride than to feel that the population believes in you. And my hope is that the commanders in the army recognize that, and that they should keep working for that, so that even when they have made mistakes in the past, that they should clean up that.
But General, isn't it true that the army that you left behind is be so intimidated by the man at the top that everything they do has to be what he wants? Isn't that a fact?
I know that.
There's
But
no
you see,
sense of a country that a soldier, the
let me
UPDF
ask you,
soldier, the UPDF
what is worse than death?
The UPDF soldier, the soldiers that you commanded that time, which left you with no blemish at all. Everyone is told, all the viewers send me messages here are saying that man has no blemish at all during his reign. But the army you left behind.
I used to ask many officers then, and I keep asking them whenever I get an opportunity, what is worse than death? What is more extreme than death? Now, if you don't fear death, and as you know, the UPDF is composed of some of the best that the country has in terms of exhibiting courage, in terms of conducting operations in many places. They have been Central African Republic, even when they were sent there, outside the constitution. They have been in South Sudan. They have been in Somalia, operating in very complicated situations. Some die. If you continue going into mission, you don't fear death. How on earth can you fear an individual? What else can they do to you beyond death, which you don't fear? Can't understand that. That's why I keep appealing to their sense, to say, guys, you are courageous on the battlefield. Be courageous in standing for right.
There is a viewer here who is saying that, again, back to the Nkwanga story, keeps everybody's talking about it since we mentioned it. It says Nkwanga was killed at Bugolobi, and reports say Matayo Chaligonza and Eli Tumwene, who was moving with a killing bus, and they cut off his head. Did you ever have any of that report?
That one I've never heard. But do they say at the same time that we were already in charge of Kampala, or what?
No, this one
General Tumwine was in headquarters in Kampala. Even when the UPDF entered Kampala, General Tumwine wasn't part of those who were on the front line.
Yeah, but you see, also the fact is, the person who's hosting you tonight was in Kampala at that time, and it was exactly when you entered. So I can bear witness with you that no, you are not in Kampala when Nkwanga was killed, unless you are there.
But to be honest with you, there are many stories around. There are many stories around different high-figure people.
As these operations go, you would have been in Kampala long before we knew that you were there. But physically, you were not there when we found the body of Captain Nkwanga at Bugolobi, Silver Springs in Bugolobi.
To be honest with you, I don't have a clear picture in that regard, because I also have heard of stories where they were called by, I don't remember whom they say, those who were in the UNLA at that time. Because, Captain Nkwanga had a force himself, and I would like to believe that he had escorts.
Yes.
I believe at that time when Kampala was like Beirut, all those senior commanders would have been moving with heavy escort.
Yes,
I would like to believe that whoever
he had a very heavy escort. I remember it very well. I'm
So whoever would
witness
have
to
killed
that.
him
Yes.
would have had to fight with him and eliminate him and the
Yes.
escort. That means there would have to be a force present. To be honest with you, as I've already indicated, because it's not only in Kwanga, there are so many stories around the high-profile people who have died that you normally find 2 or 3 theories around the death of that person. Now, short of carrying out credible investigation, becomes very difficult to know which is true, which is not true. That doesn't mean to say that we, or as individuals, we may be inclined to believe in one or the other, but our individual belief cannot be turned into fact unless there is an investigation which is credible.
Okay. General,
and we lack
this
that
is from me.
environment right now of carrying out such credible investigation.
Okay. General, this is from me personally. I passionately, as I've said before on this program tonight, passionately believed that you guys were bringing fundamental changes. Now that
we also thought so.
You're no longer in the army, you're retired. Are you kind of saying, do you regret ever having gone to the bush to come out of the monster that we have today?
No, I don't. I don't regret doing all the things I've done in my life. I don't regret if I did things which were contrary to my own beliefs and my own principles as an individual. And I also see change as a progression. You can't truncate it. I see people who try to look at 60 as separate from 70, 70 separate from 80, 80 separate from now. To me, I look at it as a whole process, one thing leading to another, and us not reaching the desired end state that we have been fighting for. Even those before independence who were fighting, I don't think we've reached there yet. Yeah.
There's a viewer here who is asking you that the Rwandese people, do we have? Was it right? Do we have a Rwandese tribe in Uganda? As you mentioned that there are people who are born in Uganda.
We have Ugandans of Rwandese origin. Yes, clearly.
But not a tribe in Uganda called the Rwandese.
Let me. I don't know how to explain this, because we have got ethnic groups which cut across borders. For example, we have the Acholi in the north, some are in Sudan, others are in Uganda. We have got Iteso in Uganda, Iteso in Kenya. We have got Samia in Uganda, and others in Kenya. We have got Bakonjo in Uganda, others in Congo. But we don't have any country called by the name of any such ethnic group. If, for example, we had a country like in Congo, if Congo was called Bukonjo, that's when it would explain the situation of Rwanda. Because it would mean that there's a country called Bukonjo, and then you'd have Bakonjo also in Uganda. Now that's the case in the case of the Rwandese, because there's a country called Rwanda. And there are people of Rwandese origin who are in Uganda, even who were there before the demarcation of the borders by the Belgians and the British. So because there is a country called Rwanda and the people of Rwandese origin in Uganda, that's what causes confusion, nothing else.
General, I was reading about your background, and I saw your father, your mother, And I can also talk about my father, my grandfather. Why is it so difficult to know who the grandfather of Yoweri Museveni is? Do you know it?
I don't know whether anybody has ever met him and asked him, and he said maybe he doesn't know, or he knows and nobody has ever asked him. But to be honest with you, when it comes to issues of ethnicity and all that, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
I really don't care about whatever ethnic group a person comes from, because at the end of the day, in as far as I'm concerned, the main line of differentiation between people in politics is someone good? Does he or she do things in the interest of a community he or she exists in, on a particular, in this particular case, a country, or not? Now, once you find people who believe in the advancement of the interests of the country beyond their own interests, they cut across different ethnic groups. And countries which have evolved to a point where those who believe in that are able to coalesce together, they build stable countries. Because I've also seen countries where you find only one ethnic group, but you find them in chaos. I mean, you see a country like Somalia, they speak the same language, they have the same culture, they have the same religion, literally, because I think Somalia, in terms of religion, has got, in percentage terms, even more Muslims than even in Saudi Arabia, I believe. It must be 99 plus. But they're in chaos. The only line of fissure was clan-based, just clan-based, you know? But when you are involved in situations of turmoil, identity becomes an emotional issue, and at times I see it playing out in many African countries.
General, let me tell you that the problem with that, the problem with that is this: I've lived in this country, in the United Kingdom, for the last 34 years, and up to now, I'm being asked where I come from. I've lived in England longer than I lived in the country of my birth, but they're still asking me where I come from. When I talk, they say, "Oh,
but is it linked to politics?
Where do you know?
Henry,
People I work with, people I work with, yes. But
no, what I'm asking from? Well, Henry, separate two things. You see, culturally, socially, it is legitimate that people are comfortable in whatever ethnic groupings they come from, whatever cultural institution they believe in. Politically, it's different. And, you can operate differently. You can belong to your own cultural group and promote your own culture, your own language and all that, and be comfortable in that. Because when you are promoting a culture, is different when you are in politics. Politics is a totally different arena altogether.
But General, don't you find it strange?
Because yes,
General, don't you find it strange when you cannot understand or know where actually the father of your leader comes from, the grandfather, or whether your leader has got aunties, the Sengars, the Kojas, the uncles. I mean, you don't know, and this is your leader, and the leader is
let me tell you,
and you have no idea where they come from.
If Gen Mugisha was doing what is right, if he had managed to establish a system of governance where people would be free, where people would have justice, where there would be fairness, I even doubt whether people would be caring about who his grandfather was. I really highly doubt whether people would care about that. But because he has damaged undermined the hope that people had in him. Once you make mistakes in a society, then everything becomes an issue. Everything around you becomes an issue. So I completely understand that. But
okay, studio.
And it's something that we have to contend with. I mean, it is all over the place. Because let me say, for example,
go ahead.
Right now we are fighting to remove a regime.
Yeah.
And we hope that we'll be able to build a better country where all of us are equal before the law, where all of us face justice, where there is fairness, where there are equal opportunity. For that to happen, it will not be done by good men and women of integrity, men and women who believe in transparency, who believe in the principles and subscribe the value systems that we talk about, which can advance society. In as far as I can understand, they cut across different ethnic groups. They are from every part of Uganda. There's no ethnic group which doesn't have good people in it. So for them to gravitate towards each other and work together, it must be deliberate, conscious, and what drives them is what they want to achieve, as long as they are Ugandans. So where they come from, and as far as I'm concerned, is not such a big factor. Because in every ethnic group that they come from, they're also opposites of them. Because in every ethnic group we have, there are those who would want to be in power for their own self-advancement. That's where the contestation, as far as I'm concerned, is. But also
General,
suppose, let me ask you a question. In regard to Museveni, suppose Museveni, okay, let's talk about Obote, right? Yeah. Obote or Amin, because those were from, no, actually Obote, because even Amin, you know, they bring stories about him having been from Sudan.
Came from Sudan. Amin came
even Amin, they say he was from Sudan.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they also say that. Whether it's true or true, I don't know. Now, Obote, for him, he was from Lango, and ethnically, Lango doesn't fall across the border. So, if one is from, from within an ethnic group which is from within Uganda, and he does things which hurt some Ugandans, does it matter whether his grandfather is known or not known?
General, where it matters,
it is the actions. Is it not the actions of the individual?
General, let me stop you there for a minute. Where it matters is when people are saying that when people are saying that they're being mistreated, they start saying that maybe you are being mistreated because this guy doesn't care about his country. He doesn't come from here anyway.
Yeah, you know that.
He doesn't
that's
give
the argument.
a damn.
Yes, I know. I recognize that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But the question is, what about? That's why I brought the country of Somalia. Because you see, in Uganda we have got so many ethnic groups. So even if someone came from an ethnic group within Uganda itself, for example, like Lang, someone could say we are being mistreated because we are not Lang. But like in Somalia, all of them are Somalis. They speak the same language. They have the same culture. So in the case like of Siad Barre, what accusation we brought against him? Siad Barre was a dictator, period, as an individual. So you'd blame him as Siad Barre. I don't think anybody would blame him because of being Somali, because the people he was, trampling over were Somali.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Yeah.
But you see,
but at the same time, let me tell you, this is human. it is not, Henry, it's not that I don't recognize this. I mean, look, even in developed countries, which are so far advanced, even in cases where general society has progressed, I mean, like Obama clearly was known to be, the father was a black African from Kenya. America is so advanced that Obama was elected through a free, fair, transparent election. He became the president. But you could see that very thinking that, oh, this guy is not from here, kept on. I mean, they kept on bringing it up, looking for his, what is his birth certificate. Of course, what is surprising in America is that even those who are questioning Obama were all immigrants. America is a country of immigrants.
Yeah, but
So,
you see
like in America, there isn't anybody who...
You know, the difference here is that Obama could not have become president of the United States if he had not been born in the United States. You cannot be president of the United States if you're not born in that country. That's the difference. The father could have come from elsewhere.
That's for sure.
Obama was born in the United States, and that's how he became president. Had he been born in Kenya,
that's for sure.
And his father settled, like I have a daughter here who is over 30 years now here, and she was born here. She has never been to Uganda. She can become prime minister of this country, but I can't because although I'm a British citizen, I'm actually
because there is a law
from Uganda. Yeah, that's a law.
Because there is a law. Yes,
that's
I agree with you. But apply that in the case of Museveni. Apply that in the case of Museveni. Is the question that he was not born in Uganda? No. The question is not that he was not born in Uganda. The question is, who are his grandparents?
But he wasn't born in Uganda, was he? He wasn't. That's a fact. He was never born in Uganda.
As far as I know, at least I don't think that is what is on contest.
He was never born in Uganda. Never. Museveni was never born in Uganda.
When was he born? 19 from what?
That's a question.
Anyway,
that's a good question.
To be honest with
Where was he born? He was not born in Uganda. What primary school did he attend? I was born in Uganda. I can tell you the nursery school I went to in Uganda. Can Museveni tell us the nursery school he went to? In Ankole? He's got a very good Ankole accent. He speaks like a Nyankole, but
I don't agree. I don't agree with Museveni. I don't agree with what he's doing and all that. But let me ask you, do you think Museveni is who he is? Let me ask you an honest question. You think the dictatorial tendencies he has, is that because he was not born in Uganda?
No, that's not my opinion. The opinion of people are saying that because of the way he has treated Ugandans, they say that he doesn't care because that's not his country anyway.
That's what I'm telling you. We are human beings. When we are affected by a person, we can tend to start looking at things like that. But on the other side, I also know many African leaders whose origins are from within those very countries. And they have messed up those countries. They have caused mayhem. So, I've seen many African countries, many.
Okay, General.
We have a fundamental problem as a people.
We still have some viewers online waiting to give you questions. Studios, can you get us a voice questions from the viewers, please?
It's been an interesting discussion.
Hello, my name is Lumama Clemera. Glad to have
Can you speak louder, please, so that the general can hear you?
Give some clarity on what transpired on the corruption and deception by the lots of you like who have acquired properties of the Custodian Asian Board that were compensated by the United Kingdom and the United Nations to subsequently end up in your hands, can you throw some light on how you acquired the properties in Kololo and why you did not stand back knowingly that those properties had been compensated by the United Kingdom and the UN? So the properties belong to Uganda, or rather the landlords on which those properties were built. But you took over all those properties amongst your Bush War veterans. Can you throw some light on that, please?
Could he repeat the question? Does he talk about properties taken by government, or is he saying that I took some properties of Custodian Board?
Studio, can you get us the viewer back, please? The question has not been understood either by the general me.
Hello, my name is Lumama Kremera. Glad to have you, General Muntu. Can you give some clarity on what transpired on the corruption and deception by the lots of you like who have acquired properties of the Custodian Asian Board that were compensated by the United Kingdom and the United Nations to subsequently end up in your hands? Can you throw some light on how you acquired the properties in Kololo and why you did not stand back knowingly that those properties had been compensated by the United Kingdom and the UN? So the properties belong to Uganda, or rather the landlords on which those properties were built. But you took over all those properties amongst your Bush War veterans. Can you throw some light on that, please?
There has been a lot of corruption in regard to the Custodian Board property. But I think individuals are the ones that would have to, explain themselves. And in this case, I can only talk about myself. I've never acquired any Custodian Board property, ever. Not in Kororo, not anywhere. That when you can investigate, The only property that I bought and from a person who was in it wasn't Custodian Board, it was a public service house. Those which were taken over by public servants is the one which I bought. Not in Kororo, it was in Nakasero that time, which I later, sold off after a few years because of some, business issues. So I never, to be honest with you, ever bought or took over any Custodian Board property as an individual.
Mr. Gombya.
Thank you. Can we have another question, please?
How are you, sir?
Go ahead and ask the question. The general
I thank Mr. General Muntu to come on the show. This is Brian from New York. But the thing that I want to talk about is General Muntu. It's like he's hiding behind the curtain. He doesn't want to tell us that General Museveni is not a Ugandan. Yet the fact is, people know it. We've seen documents that show this guy was never born in Uganda. And that's why he can stand on his feet and say, I don't work for anybody. I work for my children. I work for my grandsons and my kids. He doesn't care about Ugandans because he's not a Ugandan. That's a fact. Because nobody, no leader is going to think and stand on his feet and say, I don't work for nobody. Nobody employed me. Yet you're in a government office. You're in a state office. Yet you can stand on your feet and say such words. That shows that you're not a Ugandan. You don't care about nobody because, you just work for your family, and that's it. The people that spent long time with this guy, they know the truth, but like General Muntu, it's like he's hiding behind the curtain. He doesn't want to tell us that this guy is true. He's not
No, my thing.
You guys, you can do something about it.
You know, my reasoning is totally different. Be honest with you. It is not that I don't want Museveni is non-Ugandan or whatever. No, my understanding is that individuals can be corrupt. Gen Museveni is corrupt. Individuals can be dictatorial. Gen Museveni is dictatorial. Individuals can be micromanagers. Gen Museveni is a micromanager. Individuals can get drunk with power. Gen Museveni is drunk with power. But I don't think he's all that because he's a non-Ugandan. Because I have seen Ugandans who are also exactly that. I have seen different leaders in different African countries. I have seen people who have not only in Uganda. Look across the whole of Africa. We have got 54 countries in Africa. Those countries which you can talk of, which have got justice, which have got systems of fairness, which have got systems of transparency in the management of national resources, which have got leaders who really care for their own people, are not even 10. We have a problem as people who have had the opportunity to be educated. You know, this is not something you only see here in Uganda. You see it all over the continent. We have a problem. So I don't want to narrow things. I look at things in broad terms.
Thank you, General, for answering that question. Can we have another question from viewers on voice, please, studio?
Galanda gyebaliko siibyo tekansuubira ole fayini. Ekibuuzo kyange kiri bwe kiti. Gen Mugisha Muntu yeesimbawo okuvuganya ku bwa president kuno okulonda okuwedde, which is good. Naye kaakati kyembuuza, Gen Mugisha yaliko ne Museveni mu nsiko. Era zaalaba abaagala okuggyako Museveni engeri gye beetegekamu gye beeteekateekamu. Bwe tusoma ku ba Kayira balina amagye. Naye kaakati ddala Gen Mugisha bajja nga bali siriyasi, oba eriye yabatuma oba bajja kutuusa mukolo oba eriye yabatuma beesimbewo. Kuba laba Besigye myaka 2 avuganya naye talina yadde ow'akasaali. Okitegeera kati tugambe Gen Mugisha Muntu ekyokwesimbawo kyamugwira bugwizi nti kangende nange nesimbewo koba ntegeere nti naliko. Bana eno maze ebbanga nga neebuuza ekibuuzo ekyo nti naye bana abatulimbalimba nti bavuganya bo abatalina yadde ejje. Kati nga mulangira waza kusomesa waneeno singa Kyagulanyi abakuwangulira awo ng'ate kati atandika okutraininga amagye agakatonda mugolo tebalina yadde ayiga mpulidde ayogera simanya targeting simanya bikola bitya tebalina yadde ow'akasaale yadde owa butida tebamulina byebyo
anti peche tusuubira.
I'm sure you have understood everything.
I have understood her. Abuuza oba waliko yatutuma. Ebyo ebibuuzo babitubuuza bulijjo bwe tugenda eyo mu byalo bwe tuba nga tukola campaigns nga batubuuza naye mmwe mukyali ne Museveni oba mutwekwesemu.
Kati mudde mu Uganda nga
sikyengezaako okukola. Oba watompulira tebampulira bampulira.
Akuwulira.
Ampulira, okay. Fenga ekibiina Alliance for National Transformation. Waliko enzikiriza gye tulina gye twagala okuzimba. Tugituukirize Katonda bw'aba ayagadde tuzimbe eggwanga nga tulizimbira ku nzikiriza eyo. Era tusuubira n'ebibiina ebirala bwe bandikoze. Kubanga okuvaako kwa Gen Museveni mu ndowooza yaffe tekitegeeza nti buli kintu ekinaabaawo kijja kugonjoolwa bwe tuba nga tetwetegese obulungi. Awo bwe tusookera. Naye abantu baali bawulira bye twogera nga batugamba kale message mwina nungi naye mwina obunafu. Ekyo ffe tetukifaako. Kasita ababa nga batukkirizaamu nga batuwagira. Abakkiriza mu kibiina ekirala nabo nga bakiwagira. Kyetwandyewaze ffe ng'abantu abaagala enkyukakyuka. Bw'oba olina ekibiina ky'owagira mu opposition, n'ekirala nakyo nga kigamba nti nabo bazimba okuggyawo gavumenti n'okukyusa embeera eri mu ggwanga, nze mu kulowooza okwange tetwandibalumbye, twandibalese ne bazimba. Abanaaba nga bakkiriziddwamu abantu abasinga obungi ne batuusa ekiseera eky'okukwata obuyinza balyoke bakyuse eggwanga balizze ku mulamwa. Naye ekizibu kye tulina bwe tuba nga tuzimba ate ne tulwanyisa omulala naye azimba, kireeta obunafu, kireeta n'abantu okuggwamu essuubi. Kye tugezaako okukola ffe nga ANT era Katonda atuyambe tukyakituukiriza. Bwe tuba nga tuzimba tetugezaako okusekeeterera omulala yonna oba okumulumba oba okumuvuma. Kubanga tetwagala tunafuye omuntu naye azimba. Ate tuggyemu essuubi mu bantu abatutaddemu obwesige mu bibiina ebyenjawulo ebya opposition. Kati bwe tudda mu kulumangana kye kijjamu abantu essuubi. Ekyo tukyewala. Naye omuntu atatukkirizaamu tetufaayo, tetumuvuma, tetumuyingirira. Kubanga buli muntu alina eddembe kulowooza mu ngeri gy'alowoozaamu. Obudde bwe bujjayo kiki buli muntu kyali. Si bigambo, kubanga ebigambo ffenna tusobola okwogera, tusobola okwerungiwaza ffenna. Naye omukululo, omuntu okuzimba omukululo n'otuusa ebbanga ne bagamba nti oyo Jane gw'olaba oba oyo Aisha gw'olaba oba oyo John gw'olaba muntu mwesimbu oba muntu wa buvunaanyizibwa. Tekiva mu bigambo, kiva mu mukululo gw'ozimbye. Kitwala ebbanga naye bwe kiteekwa okuba. Waliko ebintu bye tuteekwa okulekera ki? Obudde. Obudde bwe bunaakola ki? Bwe bunaatuggyayo ffenna okulabika ki kye tuli. N'olwekyo mu kiseera bino ebiseera bye tuyitamu tuteekwa okugumiikirizagana. To be patient with each other. Is that the correct word in Luganda?
Yeah.
Bwe nkiraba nze.
Ssebo weebale nnyo okudda mu kibuuzo ekyo General. Tulina ebibuuzo ebirala bwenna bannange basobola okumubuuze mu Luganda, mu Luswayiri, mu lulimi lwonna lwe mulina. Tujja gezaako okulaba nga ono General ennimi amanyi nnyingi, n'olwekyo mubuuze ebibuuzo byonna mu lulimi lwonna. What I'm trying to say is that please, whoever you want to ask in your language, if we can translate it. If the General can, he can answer back to you in the language that is spoken.
Hello, Sebo.
Genda maaso tukuwuliriza, General akuwuliriza.
Gale, webale nnyo mukulu Henry Gombya olwa omulimu gw'omukola era webale okukyaliza omukulu oyo. Nsanyuse nnyo okumulaba era n'engeri gy'azzeemu ebibuuzo bye nga musajja ddala mutuufu addamu nga ye bw'abiraba. Ekibuuzo ekyange kiri kimu nti mu bbanga lyonna lye tumaze okasokedde tutandika kuvuganya nga bazzizaawo ebibiina mu Uganda. tuzze twesimba ku Museveni nga tuyita mu bintu ebyenjawulo abanga abantu beesimbawo naye nga Museveni buli lwagenda mu campaigns n'ayogera senga mujjukira ku mulembe gw'Obote yagendanga ku kanaala nga akuba campaigns ze yagamba nga show me your commanders you guys show me your commanders whatever nga naye akimiininga olwokuba yali amanyi nti nno buli ngeri yonna mwabatambulizaako butambuliza kugusa kintu kye kakati kyekimu kyekiwo nti ne Museveni azze akibagamba kaati nti nze sajja wano na bupapula bwammwe ballot papers bwammwe nze najja na mudumu gwa mmundu nze sigenda kuvaako ndakapapula kammwako n'abagamba nti nze ndi quarter pin bandeetamu na nnyondo era nina kugibwamu na nnyondo naye kati ffe abantu abasooka okwagira abeesige abasooka batugamba nti balowooza nti okuba nti musajja Besigye yaliko mu nsiko n'oli amumanyi naye amanyi n'emmundu Kano Mulamba asobola okutuyamba okutugirako omuntu oyo kubanga bamanyi ebintu byabwe kyekimu naawe Mugisha Muntu baga nti Gen Mugisha Muntu ajja kutuyamba ajja kusobola okukonvinsinga abantu eri munda babagambe bugabo kubanga bayogera bajja kuwulira abagambe nti mwena obululu bubabubba temukola bwe muti ffe tugenda kukola bwe tuti tubajjeko kati kyekintu kyokka kye tubadde tubalowoolezamu nti ye oli ababudde kati nsajja kuvaako naye mugenda mugumiika abantu nga mubatambuza nga wabula mukuumira Museveni kukundi ye agenda ye ey'okufuga n'okufuula ekitundu ekyo dynasty yaabwe ey'abatuusi kakati kyetubategana nti mwe muyingiza ababuzaabuza bannayuganda oba n'abakuuma abantu nibakuumira mu kintu ekimulaba nga kikyamu nga tekijja kusoboka lwaki tetukyusaako ne tukola ekintu kyemulowooza nti kyekijja okusoboka ekisoboka mu kibuulira abantu butuufu ddala tugezezzaako emyaka gino gyonna naye tulemereddwa kati twagala tukole kino na kino nga enkola eya federal eno ekintu omanyi bw'oba olina omuntu ng'omuwoze ebbanja n'olaba nga aganye okusasula kati otuuka okujja noga nti olemereddwa okusasula nze kakati ngenda kukozesa maanyi kutwala kino nange ntwale kiri nisasule kati naffe kyetugamba nti nno bwe tulabanga bino byonna ebirala biganye unitary system eganye gyatufugirako na biki byonna obwa dictator bonna abutaddeko lwa nsonga ebyo lwaki tetugenda ku federal tudimandinge federal nga nammwe muli mabega waffe ffenna buli muntu bwenna nga muvaayo nga nti yes federal kyekintu ekijja okutuyamba kubanga mukitunuulidde nti bannyonnyodde abantu bazze ku platform eya UNN nga bannyonnyola obulungi obuli mu federal nangeri ki kyetuyinza okikola ate bino bye muleeta examples zemutubaga Ethiopia nawa abo balina system oba Nigeria endala naye ffe tulina system yaffe gye tubalaga nti eno system eya federal kubanga federal zirimu ebikanga bisatu abasinga badde mu kyaba kunnyonnyola zibadde zibeeramu kati ffe tulina system eyo gye twagala okugendako nga tumanyi ti nno buli kitundu bwe kibeera nga kirina enkola yakyo nga kirina akabwe ke beesigaliza nti ffe waffe wano mu Buganda katugambe for example nti wano mu Buganda kabaka waffe yabeera head kakibeere biri nga beera bitya n'abeera bitya tetuganye naye mubeera nga mugenda mu continuinga kakati ndaba abantu mutandise kweteekateeka 2026 wabula n'omuntu yennyini nnyo azabalaga nti tagenda kuvaako okuba kuwuddiisa abantu mu butuufu kubuzaabuza abantu kutumalira biseera kyeva nsaba mukulu Mugisha Muntu Geno nti tunnyonnyole ku nsonga eyo nti ddala olaba kyemuliko kituufu oba muli mu kutambuza era kyokutanga akabuuzo kali omukyalo likabuuza nti okolera ani kale sebo yensonga tunnyonnyole ku nsonga eyo ddala mulabye dda nti munakozesa akapapula nga mukola bwe mutyo nga temulina magye
General kakuddemu
omanyi tekuliiko ekijja okukola nga tekizimbiddwa nze wenna problem n'abantu bonna kubanga abamu bagamba nti tukwate emundu tulwane abalala bagamba tugende ku kkubo tugugube kati abalala bagamba tukole kino tukole kiri naye aboogera bonna tekuliiko azimba bwe tuba nga tetuzimbye kinaleeta kiki enkyukakyuka sebo ate ffe abagamba mbe nga batugamba nti ebyo byabamuntu bikola mu Europe ne America kati tukole tutya tekuliko ekinakola nga tetuzimbye ssebo nayagala kukwata emundu okulwana oteekwa okuzimba era oteekwa okuyita mu bizibu bingi oteekwa okuba olina abantu abalina omutima omugumu kubiyitamu n'agenda okuguguba ateekwa okuzimba ate tekuliko kapeti nti agenda kutambulira mu kapeti naye ng'ateekwa okuba yeewaddeyo okuzimba n'oli agenda eri mu kyalo okuzimba emirandira gye tukkirizamu naye ateekwa okuba ng'agenze eri wansi naye n'abantu abakkirizamu ebyo bo kati katugambe ng'ebibiina ebikkiriza mu kukugu nga tekuliko abateeka mu ssente banaazimba bati ffe abakkiriza kugenda eri wansi ku mirandira tunaazimba tutya abannayuganda bo balinze nti ebibiina nga byebiwa ssente nga kisoboka kitya ekibiina kijjewa ssente abantu bebandibadde abaagala enkyukakyuka bebandire nga bateeka essente mu bibiina ebiina enzikiriza nga bo gye balina ebyo bwe tuba nga tetubikoze ne tutuukiriza ebyo bye twagala bijja kujja bitya binaatonya ng'enkuba nga tekuliko abitegese abiteeseteese sebo tekuliko ekintu ekijja kutonya ng'enkuba ekisobola okubaawo enkyukakyuka y'okubaawo esobola okubaawo nga bwe nkugambye sebo ne bannyabo tusobola okuzuukuka olunaku lumu n'owulira nti Museveni oba kibaddewo oba kiki ekibaddewo kale takyasobola okufuga eggwanga kati bwe kuba nga tekuliko abantu ne baba nga balina enzikiriza ya kika ki nga tebeeteeseteese nga tebazimbye wabaawo ki ekiddako abantu basuubira ebirungi nti bisobola okubaawo by accident ku nsi kuno nti kwaliko ekintu ekirungi ekisobola okubaawo nekitonya ng'enkuba mpozi nga tetuli ku nsi
weebale nnyo okudda mu ekibuuzo ekyo kizzeemu bulungi nnyo era nfuna wano obubaka bugamba abantu bagamba nti oyo general bannaye lwaki bulijjo si yajja ku program sebulu nnyo nkubiriza abantu mwenna okulaba nti mwewandiisa okwetaba mu lukiiko olwa Uganda Federal Consultative Council olujja okubeerawo era ne general lwakkiriza nti ajja kulubeeramu n'olwekyo mwenna mugende ku website ya UNN mwewandiise UFCC mwewandiise okwetaba mu lukuŋŋaana olwo. Studio tuwe amabuuzo amalala abaagala okubuuza general ebibuuzo ebirala kati kirabika program ediddira mu Luganda naye bw'obanga tosobola kutuwa kibuuzo mu Luganda osobola okwogera mu Luswayiri general ayogera bulungi nnyo Luswayiri osobola okwogera mu Lungereza namwe muwulidde obwedda ayogera Lungereza n'olwekyo buli yenna asobola jangu oba oyogera mu Lunyankole general Lunyankole ayogera bulungi n'olwekyo mugye n'ebibuuzo mwenna tukyali wano general tukwebaza okukkiriza okubeerawo ebbanga lino okuva lwe twatandise Sebo studios mbasaba muleete voice messages general azirinze.
Hello General Satsokola ku UNN TV.
Kale mama.
Kakati General oyogedde ku kyogamye kino okuzimba nti like muzimba temugana bagundi ba opposition bannamu okubeera temubagaana buli otogaana muntu yenna wabeera nga naye azimba ekikye nze mbadde mbuuza General nti lwaki temusomesa bannayuganda mu abakulembeze b'ebibiina your political leader mu kibiina ky'olimu abantu mbasomesa federal mubuulire abantu ebyakwekebwa kwakati gwe General mubimanyi okugeza nti 1962 abangereza nga batulekera constitution ya federal weba bote gye yajjawo ne Museveni gyagoberera kwafaano ku UNN kyetwamaze okulaba tetukyalwanyisa Museveni ng'omuntu no tulwanyisa system which is unitary system General gy'omanyi gwe General federal nga ekutiisa okwogerako ng'ekutiisa okugisaasaanya ng'ekutiisa okusomesa bannayuganda nze nandibadde nteesa General musomesa bannayuganda kwakati ffe generation yaffe kati zena emyaka 33 Nega ebintu ebyo twabitusomeza ate mwe mubimanyi. Mubuulire bannayuganda states ezikola Uganda. Kubanga Uganda mulimu states ez'enjawulo, balina beliefs, balina cultures ez'enjawulo, balina beliefs ez'enjawulo, balina leaders ab'enjawulo. Mulage bannayuganda nti kati mbalage mubawe example okubagereza ku country nga America. Kusinga America ati America erina states 52 naye kuliko omukulembeze omu. Ate nammwe abalina ebibiina eby'enjawulo mugenda kujja muvuganye mu federal system of governance. Ekyo jeno nga politicians lwaki federal mugyebalama? Lwaki temugisomesa bannayuganda? Kyekibuzo kyange ekitoza mbadde nteesa nze naawe ogenda kwongerezaako. Bwemba nga muzimba ekintu kino eno musooke musomesa system eno ekola etya, musooke mulage obubi bwa unitary. Kaakati gwe jeno singa in case nga bannayuganda bakulonze, system ki gye wandiyagadde okufugira bannayuganda? Federal system yasinga ku gwe oba unitary eno Museveni mwatufugidde? Ekyo nkiresa nekyayogadde ku kya Zimbabwe nti n'abajaasi like ba army commander oba abajaasi batekya ni control be bakwata obuyinza obwo. Nze mbuuza singa bukeera kumakya mutabani wa Museveni n'akwata kitaawe nga kitaawe akoze ebikolobero byonna ebyo ng'akeera ne kumakya n'agamba nti akolera baana be n'abazzukulu be. Kati omwana gwakoleredde inga mutabani we Kanyerugaba n'akwata obuyinza n'awamba kitaawe. Kaakati osuubirayo okudda okwesimbawo nga mutabani we yawambye kitaawe? Tusuubira kubeera tutya? Naye kirala ensinga Zimbabwe amagye gawamba erina kyeyeeyongeddeko bannansi, embeera yaabwe ekyuse oba kiri Mugabe kyeyalekawo kyekyagenda mu maaso? Ekibuuzo kyajjeno nze mbuuza kaakati ffenna tulabyeko ba dictatorship Museveni gyatutaddeko nti teri dictator asobola kugenda na mirembe. Weesimbye ku Museveni wali naye omumanya endya n'ensula kwawakolako kko naye kati mwokujja nga weesimbawo jjeno gwekyalina essuubi erigamba nti Museveni ono asobola okugenda n'eddembe. Ekituufu amazima gali nti nno tasobola kugenda na ddembe, naye kati gwe mu kujjanga okwesimbawo ojjanga na pulaani ki nti in case weyeerangira nga bwe yeerangirira gwe nga gwe kiki oba otegeseewo? Kubanga lwa akamala ebibuuzo ne mugenda musiko okulwanyisa Obote nti Obote yabba akalulu, naye Museveni azze abba obululu naye nga bwekisinga okutuma nga bannayuganda nti akabba ne muddayo ne mutandika kampeyini zammwe ne mulira kampeyini endala until when jeno. Naye kyala jeno ekibuuzo kyange ekisembayo kino document ya Tutsi Bahima Dynasty Empire logirabyeko. Document eyo gwosuubidde abasajja abo si gye bali mu kukozesa okubeera nga banyigiza ku bannayuganda bannansi nga buli kye baateekamu kitambula bulungi, nga buli kye baateekamu bakigoberera. Ye obeera ng'ali ogirabyeko, ng'ali ogisomyeko, okwana tugirabyeko, olina wali oyimiridde n'osomesa ku bannayuganda nti bano abasajja abatufuga balina kye bagoberera. Neyanza jjeno neyanza ege.
Tukusaba nyabo webale nnyo ebibuuzo by'obuuzizza. Tukusaba owe General akasi kubanga obibuuza ebibuuzo bingi. Muwe akaseera akuddemu ayinza okwerabira byonna by'oyogedde.
Kansubire nti byonna nja kubijjukira. Ekyekipapula nali nkirabyeko ekyo ekyokugamba Hima Tutsi Empire for 50 years. Omanyi ensi bw'eba erina obunafu mu bantu abali mu political class in this mu kiseera kye tulimu mu Uganda, abantu abaasoma Katonda n'atuwa omukisa ne tugenda mu universities ne tugenda mu masomero amalala, ffe tulina omukisa okubeera mu bifo eby'obufuzi. Tulina obunafu. Awo wava problem. Ne Gen Museveni okulinyirira ensi tekiva wala kiva ku ekyo. Nawuliddeko Abannayuganda abali ebweru teri kuli magye nti gaabakaka, naye gavumenti yayingirira ekibiina ky'aba diaspora n'ekiwamba. Abannayuganda basinga obungi agala effuga eddungi mu Uganda singa beenyigira mu kibiina ekyo bandimuziyizizza okukitwala. Naye abasinga obungi bagenda ku bbali. Abakirimu abatono bangi ne bagulibwa. Si kutya kubanga Museveni talina magye mu America. Naye kati obufuzi mpulira obukulembedde bwa NRM eyo si mu Uganda. Nga tetunakyusa endowooza n'enkola ffe Abannayuganda. Ekisooka abantu abaagala ebirungi okubawo mu Uganda ne beenyigira mu politics direct. Abataasoboye ne bawagira abo be bakkirizaamu nti be basobola okukola ebintu mu ngeri ennungamu ne babawagira ne basinga obungi mu politics z'eggwanga. Awo tunaafuna eddagala. Ne systems ezo maama z'oyogerako eza unitary oba federal bwe zinaakola. Kubanga endowooza yaffe n'enkola bw'esigala nga bw'eri ne bwekubaako federal, kubanga we twogerera districts zonna mu Uganda abazikulembera bantu nzaalwa abava mu districts ezo. Naye abasinga obungi bali mu kubba ssente z'omusolo mu bitundu ebyo. Bandibadde nga basaasibwa abantu mu bitundu bye bavaamu. Naye bwe basaasibwa corruption gyeri. Kwero C5, kwero C3. Nze mu ndowooza eyange buli Munnayuganda oyagala kukyusa ensi yaffe gye tulaga wabeera awalungi okusinga we tuli. Omuntu awulira nti mwesimbu, akkiriza mu bwerufu, akkiriza mu bwenkanya, akkiriza mu kwenkana mu maaso g'amateeka, yenyigire mu poli. Londa ekibiina ky'okkirizaamu kiwagire, kiteekemu ssente. Twegamba oluvannyuma lwa byonna ekibiina kinaaba nga kikutte obuyinza kibeere n'abantu abasinga obungi nga beesimbu, nga bakkiriza mu bwerufu, bakkiriza mu bwenkanya, bakkiriza mu mu ntambula ennungamu. Kubanga systems ezigenda kutambuzibwamu eggwanga zijja kuva lwawo abantu ab'ekika ekyo abakkiriza nti mu ggwanga wabaamu abantu abalina enzikiriza z'enjawulo. N'olwekyo tuteekwa okuwuliza amaloboozi tulabe kkubo ki eggwanga erinaatwala nga tebabakase, tebabatiisatiisizza, ekinaaba nga kiyiseemu nga kyetutambuza. Ekyo nga tekinabaawo nnyabo kankugambe. Omuntu yenna aba ayingidde mu kifo ky'obyobufuzi ng'ayina omutima gw'okweyagaliza. It doesn't matter. Oba mu Kyori, oba mu Lango, oba mu Lugwara, oba Muganda, oba mu Teso, oba mu ki. Kasita omutima ogumutambuza bwe guba nga gumuli mutima gw'okweyagaliza, bye banaakola bijja kuba nga bifaanagana na bano ababaddemu emyaka 6. Njagala endowooza yange esobola okuba ntuufu oba nkyamu naye nze bwe ndowooza. N'olwekyo nga bwe tugezaako okulaba systems ezitunateeka mu nkola, tuzimbe emmotoka ezinaaleeta embeera enaatusobozesa n'okuzoogerako systems ezo. Kubanga naye Museveni ogamba nti plan ze za kufuga emyaka mmeka n'Abanyarwanda n'Abatuusi n'Abahima akisobola atya bwe kuba nga kuliko abantu beesimbu okuva mu ethnic groups ezo zonna. Kubanga ne mu ethnic group ye yennyini mulimu abamuwakanya, abatakkiriza nti omukulembeze yenna asaanidde okulinyirira abantu. mu ethnic group kyavaamu yennyini walimu abantu abeesimbu abatakkiriza mu bubbi bwa ssente, abantu abaagala kulaba ebintu nga bikolebwa mu kuwa etuufu. Era abantu ab'ekika ekyo bali mu buli ggwanga lyonna erya Uganda. Tekuli ggwanga eritaliimu abantu abakkiriza mu ebyo ebintu ebisobola okukulaakulanya eggwanga. Bwe baba nga basobola okuzisinkana mu bibiina ebyo nga ze emmotoka ezitambuzibwa mu politics w'eggwanga ne babeera abangi, tujja kusigala mu kwetooloola kwe tubadde mu myaka gino 6. Nze ye ndowooza eyange. Simanyi oba mbizzeemu byonna. Era ekyobote ewaliko abuuzizza nti obote yali agamba nti ndaga akamandaazi bammwe. Museveni naye byakola yeerabira kati obote ali luddawo teyafiira buwanga wa Museveni, teyafiira ebweru. Gen Museveni yeerabira nti si ye Katonda. Byayogera si bye biteekwa okubaawo. Kale amazeewo ebbanga ddene n'olwekyo abantu ne balowooza nti byonna byayogera bisoboka. Awo waliwo obunafu. Lwaki tukkirize nti byayogera bituufu ate nga tetubikkirizaamu? Lwaki tulowooze nti tasoboka ate nga tumanyi nti si ye Katonda, nti asoboka? Wasobola okubaawo enkyukakyuka. N'olwekyo okuzimbira ku ndowooza ze tulina, abakkiriza mu kuguguba bazimbire ku kuguguba, abakkiriza kuzimba kuva ku mirandira nga tuzimbe okuva ku mirandira. Enkyukakyuka w'eneebeerawo wabeerewo ebibiina ebyezimbye bulungi nga biina obumanyirivu nga byeteeseteese bulungi okulaba engeri gye tusobola okujja eggwanga we riri tulizzeewa tulizze ku mulamwa. Bwe tuba nga tetweteeseteese bulungi tujja kusigala mu kwetooloola kwe tubaddemu gino emyaka gyonna. Tulina obunafu mu bintu by'okwetegeka. Abazungu bagamba nti success is an outcome of where preparation meets with opportunity. Mirundi mingi mu bulamu bwaffe ne mu nsi mwennyini, opportunity comes, there is no preparation. The opportunity passes. Tuteekwa okukyusa mu ndowooza ne mu nkola. Kuliko ekintu ekirungi ekisobola okubaawo nekitonya ng'enkuba. Buli kintu kyonna ekirungi kikolererwa. Oteeka okukola ebintu bingi n'osisinkana ebintu ebimu bigezaako okuziyiza, ebirala bikuteeka ku bunkenke, naye bw'oba otadde kwessira n'otagwamu maanyi ne musigala nga mulwana, oluvannyuma lwa byonna mutuukiriza awo awasaanira okutuuka. Olaba gye muli mu mawanga ag'ebweru, abazungu olowooza baatuukako eyo nga tebayise mu struggles. Wonna awali emirembe, awali enkulaakulana, awali amateeka agakola, bayita mu bizibu naye baateeka kwessira. Abazungu balina omutima tomugula buguzi bw'otyo. Ye problem gye tulina mu Africa muno.
Kale ssebo General tukwebaziza nnyo. Eriwo omulala Kola ayogera studios weereza Kola omulala kaakati.
Mwami Gombya nkulamusiza se.
N'olwekyo maama oyo maama abadde akuba. Talowooza nti ffe abavaayo ne twesimba nti tujja kubabuzaabuza kyokka. Tuli serious.
Tulina Kola omulala General, tulina Kola omulala ali ku line muwulirize kyawuza. Ssebo gya komawo nate General kwetegese okuwuliriza.
Ssebo nkulamusiza mwami Gombya.
Nange bwe ntyo.
Tuweereza n'omugenyi ensanyusa okumulaba n'okumuwuliza. Alina kyayogeddeko n'agamba nti mu madisitulikiti waliyo abantu nga balonde bazaale baayo. Kituufu bachairman ebiseera ebisinga baba bazaale ba mu madisitulikiti omwo. Naye kyagamba yeerabidde nti bachairman tebalina buyinza ku ssente, wabeerayo kaawo nga yasalawo buli kimu, ate ng'omukulu alabika yakikola kagenderere okubeera nga ssente tezigenda mu mikono gy'abaani gy'abachairman. Kitegeeza nti abo bennyini bakkaawo ssente be bazitwala. So awa alina okwongera okutulambululiramu, so si bachairman bano abalonda ababeera abaana enzaalwa mu bitundu ebyo. Ekirala agenze n'agamba nti tewali kijja nga tekizimbiddwa. Ebbanga lye bamaze nga bazze tugeze kati nga yali mu gavumenti nadde ebbali bagezezzaako ebyobululu babirabye na biki. Lwaki essaawa eno tebavaayo ne baba nga bazimba ekintu kya federal, buli state neebanga ekola ki nga yeetwala, okiwulidde nga yeekolera ku nsonga zaayo. Na bino ebibeerawo mu elections abakulira elections ku madistricti ne babeera nga bava mu kitundu kyekimu, ekyo ne kikayanya abantu be bafunayo emirimu. Nze ndowooza nti n'ekyo kijja kuvaawo. So nze ndowooza nti kyekiseera abakulu babeere nga nabo bwe baba baagaliza eggwanga ery'okugenda mu maaso babuulire enjiri eya federal. Kiki ekibalobera okubeera nga gye basomesa abantu? Bakizimbe, kale tetufuddeeyo bakinaatwala akaseera, naye bakizimbe nga bwe batandika nga akalulu kaakaggwa wakayita omwaka gumu batandika okuzimba ate 2026 nakino bakizimbe ekya federal kyekijja okutereeza ensi yaffe. Naye ekibuuzo ekyo buli muntu yenna gwe bakibuuza munnabyabufuzi akyebalama. Ze ensonga zange ezo ze njagadde okumutegeeza, naye yeebala okujja n'atunnyonnyola byatunyonnyodde. Tetuviiridde eyaawo mu ebyo byatunyonnyodde, era takoma okwo, akomewo atunnyonnyole. Ndowooza nti ensi yaffe mu kunnyonnyolegana nga tetuvumagana buvumaganyi, buli omu annyonnyole munne. Oba oli awo omuntu asobola okuga nti kino kankikyuseemu olw'ensonga nti ono akinnyonnyodde bwenti, kanjagalize n'abalala okuteesa ssebo zange ezo.
Ekyo ssebo ekyoyogeddeko ekyaba kya paaso obutaba na busobozi, nzikirizaganya naawe, kubanga eyo sisitemu ey'okuweereza disitulikiti ssente ne bazimanaginga yali yakuweereza amaanyi wansi eyo mu disitulikiti. Naye ekizibu Gen Museveni tayagala wabeewo ki centers abantu basobola okuzimbira amaanyi. Ekyo nzikirizaganya naawe, decentralization nayo teyagitambuza nga bwe yandisaanidde okuba. Naye kyembadde njogerako si kyekyo, kyembadde njogerako n'entono ezigenda bw'oba onoonyereza obulungi. Si kugamba nti tekuliko districts ezitambuza districts zaabwe obulungi nti balina chairpersons nga beesimbu, naye abasinga obungi bali mu bya ssente. Bwe bulwadde njagala tuteekeko essira ng'Abannayuganda, tukkirize tulina obulwadde obwo, nti era ne bwe tubeera ne system ya federal ne bwe tubeera ne system ya unitary, bwe tuba nga tetulwanyisizza obulwadde obwo ne tubugonjoola, kijja kusigala nga kyekimu. Kubanga Nigeria balina federal, manye obubbi obuli Nigeria. Olaba, ate waliko amayanga agalina unitary nga Uganda, obubbi nayo nga weebuli. Nze issue ya federal system of governance oba unitary, abantu kye baba nga basazeewo kyonna kisobola okukola, naye ng'abantu abali mu bukulembeze nga beesimbu, nga basobola okuzimba institutions ezitambuza emirimu gy'eggwanga. Awo tulinawo obulwadde ssebo nnyabo. Era nga ne bwe tuba nga tugezaako okuzimba ku kya federal oba n'abo abaagala kuzimba kya unitary, nga tetulwanyisiza buno obulwadde obuliwo obwo abakulembeze okukulembeza ebyabwe ng'abantu nga tebakulembezezza eby'eggwanga, eggwanga bwe liba nga likulaakulana nga likulaakulana n'abantu. tujja kusigaza nga situation nga yemu nga bweri. Kyengezaako okwogera simanyi oba nkinyonnyola bulungi ne kitegeerekeka oba oluusi sisobodde kukinyonnyola obulungi. Ate bw'oba okkiriza mu federo kambuuze kubanga ogambye nti abamu bakulembeze bakyewala. No, tetukyewala nga bwe nkikubuulize si ye fokasi yange. Olaba fokasi yange n'abantu abangi be tulina mu kibiina tulowooza nti culture y'ebyobufuzi oba federo oba unitary ebadde n'ebizibu ku lwa culture y'abantu abali mu bukulembeze. Abantu abasinga obungi abagenda mu bukulembeze kati batwalwayo ssente. Ate nga kuliko Abannayuganda abandisobodde okubeera mu politics ne bazitambuza obulungi ne zigenda mu kkubo eddungamu. Naye abasinga obungi tebagala kuyingira mu politics, basigala eri bweru. Ate ng'abazungu bwe bagamba nature hates vacuum. Bali abantu abeesimbu bwe bakoma okusigala ebweru nga basuubira nti oluusi waliko abanaagonjoola ebizibu. Ate ng'abayingira bo bayingira ku lwa kwagala kwekulaakulanya ng'abantu nga be basinga obungi. Ne bw'ebeera federo ne bw'ebeera unitary tejja kugasa abantu abali mu ggwanga. Ye ndowooza yange. N'olwekyo ssebo gwe bw'oba okkiriza mu federo system of government ate ng'oli mwesimbu, londa ekibiina ekikulembeza federo kiwagere kiteekemu ssente saasaanye enjiri kizimbe amaanyi. N'olwekyo bwe kubaako kubanga tolowooza nti federo esobola okubawo nga Museveni akyali mu buyinza, tekiisoboke. Naye ng'avuddeko wabeereko abantu abakkirizaganya mu kuki ekyokuteekako embeera abantu bwe basobola okwogera ku bintu ebisaanidde okukolebwa eggwanga okudda ku mulamwa. Bw'oba nga tozimbye amaanyi nga tekuli organized nga toinfluencinze kati ebirowoozo ebyo oba bya federo oba bya presidential system oba bya parliamentary system oba bya first past the post oba bya party list bibaawo bitya nga teweeteeseteese. Ky'ekibuuzo kye nnina.
Thank you so much for the program, Mr. Henry Gombya, and I thank you also, General Mugisha Muntu. But General, you have to understand something. In elections, in all political arena, elections and whatever, who are the people affected a lot? We are the citizens, we are affected. Remember, we lose our loved ones. We lose our fathers, we become orphans, we lose our mothers. Mothers become becomes widows, you understand. We the people, we the citizens, the Mwananchi, we are the affected ones because of all the atrocities of the regime. Remember, you, the politicians who come out and say you're going to stand against General Museveni, you are not touched. Oh, you are not touched. You are not beaten. You don't be. I mean, you're not affected in this. You understand? So, why should we, or why should you cling us on the issue of going back to politics or political parties, and we support the parties in which this is the same thing that has been going on in 20 years and 20 years ago, and Besigye, and remember, it's the same as the last elections. You know, we have to throw away things of elections and parties, and we Ugandans, we say no elections. And once we stand together, I think, this is what I'm thinking, once we stand together, we say no elections, no political whatever, because we, the citizens, we are affected a lot. We lose people, you understand. So what I'm saying is that there must be another option than going into political parties or going into elections that has been done in several years ago, which is continuously, we are losing people, we are losing Ugandans. So what I'm saying is there must be an option. That's why UNN came with an option of calling all Ugandans so that we make a template that will, all the citizens of Uganda, we can say that this should be into our template, so that if it's done, the template is done to be produced by the citizens of Uganda, we can say that now it's time to fight for our country in whatever means. If it's fighting, we can fight, we can give in ourselves and fight. If it's by bullets, by arms, we can do that, knowing that we have a template that will last long, so that the thing, it's not going to be repetitive as it is being right now, you understand. So thank you so much for the program. I just wanted to contribute something to it's hurt me when you say let's go back to our parties, support our parties. Yet remember, the citizens, we do die in these things, and then you politicians, you're not affected in it. Thank you so much.
Two observations I would like to make. One, regardless of whether we have a federal system of governance or unitary, parties are the ones that still will run the country. Even the federal states, it is party. I mean, I don't know which country you are in. If you are in America, which is more or less like a federal system of governance, more or less, with the states and with the federal government at the top, they have parties. They also have states. Germany, same thing. They have a federal system of governance. They have parties. They have a, so the two are not in conflict. And two, if parties don't participate in whatever way, I have no problem. If you have another path of organizing, organize around whatever you think will work. But right now, I don't see any way anything positive will happen until we remove this regime. And whatever method is going to be used, it requires organization. And as long as we are involved in organization, there is risk. There's risk. I mean, you are saying that that leaders are not affected. Many are affected. Besigye was beaten up so many times. Chaguran has been beaten up so many times. And anybody, even Patrick Oboy was beaten up so many times during these last six. As long as anybody is moving on the path of civil disobedience, for example, you will have to be ready to go through that. Personally, if any day I chose to go through defiance as a method of changing power, I would go very well knowing that that's what would happen to me. There are those who say that those of us who have an army background should go and get weapons and fight. If it ever happened that I tried to move in the direction of using weapons, which I chose not to, because I know that most people cannot withstand the temptations of the power of weapons. Most of them will get drunk and just do the same thing as General Museveni and the other generals are doing. That's the reason why I cannot go in that path. But if I chose to go on that path, I would go knowing that there's a risk even of death. So the issue of risk I don't know which path you'll take where there's no risk. I don't know it. So if you are ready to organize to remove a dictatorship, you know that there's risk in most of the methods that you'll be wanting to use. How will you avoid that? If you have a method of organizing where there's no risk and organizing outside of political parties, I have no conflict with you. I can encourage you to do that. And of course, the moment you succeed, invite the other struggles and see how you can sit and put together a system that works for all of us. I have no problem at all with that.
General, that is a very good answer. And I'm sure all our listeners, our viewers everywhere around the world, we have listeners on radio, we have listeners on TV. Please, the General kindly is still with us. Let's have another question from a viewer.
Mr. Gombya webale kuweereza, webale kuleeta General akuba ebibuuzo abiyita ku side kando. Naye kati kye twagala okumubuuza General, okay, we can see he's seeing the broader picture, ekifaananyi ekinene, but for us we want details. Bu detail obwo obutono bumatalinga nnyo. Bwe tuba tumubuuziza President wa gye yazaalibwa, emyaka gy'amaze naye, in fact aba alimbe baba tayogedde kituufu. President ki azaalibwa mu nsi eyo gy'azaaliddwamu kati muli masomero nga namasiba agalimu abaana basomera miti, ate n'azimba essomero mu nsi endala n'agenda n'aliggulawo. Twagala kana General abe ng'ayogera mazima aleme kubikirira.
Let me try and say, if Amos Kaguta was Museveni's father, when we came from the bush, we were told, and I've never had any reason not to believe that Amos Kaguta was Museveni's father. I had no reason not to believe that Museveni was born in Chamati, in Ntungam. The year is not known. I don't know it. But because personally, from my own perspective, I don't put a lot of effort in trying to delve deeper than that. Why? Because to me, General Museveni, I don't agree with him on many, many fronts. He has messed up this country, as I've already indicated. Created a system of corruption, meted injustice upon the people of Uganda, hung on to power, causing mayhem. That's where we are at. There's a possibility that we could even get into another situation of crisis. But to me, I look at him as an individual who has that problem, regardless of who his grandfather was. Because I have seen many African leaders who have had grandfathers in the areas where there's no contestation at all. And there have been a source of problems in the countries where they come. I've already told you that out of 54 countries, we don't even have 10 yet on this continent where there are leaders who lead their countries into prosperity, where there's justice, where there's fairness, where there's transparency. So to me, the fact that I don't know how that factors in, but there are people who pay attention to that. I don't blame them. I have no problem with them. But you see, what someone else focuses on is not necessarily what I have to focus on. I know that even us, I've been in leadership for a long time, in a group which lost direction. We are trying to build anew, and we hope that this time round we can have a set of leaders who care more about the country than would care about ourselves as individuals. I hope we'll get to that. When we get to that, then maybe that's when people will clearly know that, character is the most important thing. It is not this or that. It is not religion. It is not ethnicity. Because on Museveni, we have kept on talking about ethnicity. But we also have religious difference in this country, in our history, which is dying out, fortunately. But there's a time when it was under deep contention. So you'd ask yourself, how on earth can religion be a factor in governance? Because you have got straightforward men and women who are Catholic, others are Protestant, others are Muslim. But there's someone who could, because of being of one religious group, can say that group can't lead because of this or that. Same thing on the ethnic line. I think different, to be honest with you. It is not something that I care about Museveni, that I fear him or fear anything else. No, I'm just telling you my own personal opinion, my honest opinion. Ordinarily, when there's a leader who has lost trust with people, the tendency is to complete whatever the population thinks about him or her, you go in that direction. That's not me. I stand by what I believe in. Whether people believe me or not is a totally different matter.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was calling live on Henry Gombya.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I want to comment on federal, please. Yeah, I'm called Wamala, and I've been following UNN for some time. You have a good idea if you talk about federal. The problem you have is, I think you're starting from the top, because I'm a Muganda who is really very cultural, and I realize there's a lot of corruption and lack of accountability in Uganda, particularly. So if you're thinking about federal, don't you think it would be a good idea, starting with the revamping and changing organization in Mengo first, before you become a preacher of federal? Otherwise, how would you deliver federal when you have leaders like you have in Mengo? Thank you.
No, I think you have mixed up two things. Because I believe I don't know, but I believe that the federal they are talking about is a political system of governance. Because you can have a federal system of governance, but also have cultural institutions, because that's what is in Nigeria. When you have cultural leaders, but you have a federal system of governance where leaders are elected. They have governors. They have, that's the way at least I understand the federal system of governance that is being talked about. So even if it was to be established in Uganda, a federal system of governance, I would like to believe that there would be leaders who are elected in the different regions, and that would not be in conflict with the cultural leaders who would be in those areas. That's the way I understand it. Maybe Henry, you can help in that regard. I don't know what the thinking is under UCC.
Mr. Gombya, webale kutuwerezaako. Gen Mugisha Muntu, tukwaniriza webale kujja ku musibyoza UNN. Naye nze nyina ekibuuzo kyange nti ddala mukkiriza nti akalulu ke kagenda okuggyako Museveni mu ntebe, oba n'ekibuuzo kyange ekirala, oyagala unitary government or federal government? N'ekirala, ekibuuzo ekirala kyennyina nti mwenna abajja beesimbawo okwesimba ku Museveni, tewali n'omu ajja ng'ayina nti oba ayina abasirikale bamukuuma, kuba Museveni wera ajja mu buyinza ye yajja n'abasirikale be. Kati kyembuuza, mbu mu obuyinza musuubirayo okubuwangula Museveni abakwase abawe n'amagye ge agabakuuma,
oba aba bataddewo nga kifaananyi nga munda mwafugira. N'ekibuuzo ekirala kye mbuuza, ddala aba opposition mu Uganda bwe kiba nga ddala kituufu mwenna muli ku mission emu kukyusa Uganda, ki ekibagaana okubeera mu kibiina kimu ne mwegatta wamu ne mutayawula simanga FDC anti NUP ne mubeera ekibiina kimu ne mulwanyisa Museveni bwe kiba nga ddala kituufu mulwanyisa Museveni?
Kati nyabo ekisooka amagye si ga Gen Museveni, amagye ga ggwanga agezaako okugafuula agage, ffe nga twagala amagye gamanye nti si gage ga ggwanga. Tukikontestinga ekyo okutuusa lwe tunatuusa ekiseera amagye okukola ki, okusaluutinga yenna anaaba alondeddwa mu nsi ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga. Si kintu ekyangu naye kintu kye tuteeka okuteeka kwessira katusigala nga tukirwanirira okutuusa lwe kinaatuuka. Obuuziza nti mukkiriza nti obululu busobola okumuggyawo? Abamu tulowooza nti bwe tuba nga tuzimbye bulungi okuva wansi ne tumukutula ku mirandira ne tuzimba amaanyi wansi, tusobola n'okumuggyawo waggulu. Waliko abatakikkiririzaamu, naye mu ndowooza yaffe okwetegeka n'ogenda mu kaluulu ne bw'aba bbye eri waggulu naye n'otwala eri wansi n'obeera n'emirandira, kikyusa ne mu ngeri gy'aba akoze eki, gy'asobola okufugamu eggwanga ne bw'aba nga bbye eri waggulu. Tulina kukozesa example kya Kenya. Kenya eyo gy'olaba opposition eyina ebitundu nga 48 ku buli 100 mu parliament ne ku province ne ku local government. Ffe tutera okulwanira okukwata ekifo ekya waggulu, ebya wansi tetubiteekako ssira, ate amaanyi gye gava eri wansi. Ekirala ffe ekitutambuzza kwe kubeera n'endowooza ekugamba nti tekuliko ekitasoboka ku nsi. N'olwekyo tetwagala okukkiriza ffe nti obululu tebusobola okumuggyawo, kubanga bw'olowooza bw'otyo oba nga weeziizizza mu kkubo ate ery'okutte. Katonda bwe yatutonda ku nsi, buli kintu kyonna ky'ogenda okuwangulamu ebeere bizinesi, gabeere ng'olutalo lw'amagye nga bwe balwana mu ki abadduka embiro. Ekintu ky'osookerako mu mutwe gwo w'otandikira okukkiriza nti ky'oyingiddemu kisoboka. Bwe mu mutwe gwo bw'oba mugenze mu kintu kyonna naye n'olowooza nti tekisoboke, ekirungi kiveemu. Endowooza bwe kugamba nti kino tekisoboke, tokigendamu kubanga oba oyonoona budde bwo. Ekintu ky'otayikkirizamu nti kisobola okukola n'okukizimba obulungi okutuuka kukuwangula tekisoboke. Kati problem gye tulina mu Uganda, abamu bagamba nti obululu tebusobole, abalala bagamba nti eby'olutalo olw'emmundu tebisobole, abalala bagamba nti okuguguba tekusoboke. N'olwekyo abantu baagala kuleetako embeera buli muntu okuwanika emikono. Ekyo tekijja kubaawo kufa abamu. Kye tukkirizamu tukiteeka kwessira, ate tujja kukisigalako. Bwe kiba nga kikoze kikole, ekirala bwe kiba nga kyekikoze kikole ekirala, naye nga tweteeseteese bulungi. Ate simanyi oba ntegerekeka bulungi. Okwegatta awamu, ebibiina tulina enzikiriza nga tezifaanagana nga bwe nkubuulidde. Waliko abalowooza nti obululu tebukola, nga balowooza nti okuguguba kwe kukola. N'olwekyo ffe engeri gye tusaamu abantu abakkiriza mu kkubo lyonna lye baba nga bakkirizizaamu, bazimbe amaanyi mu kkubo lye bakkirizaamu, ate tebalwanagana n'abalala abakutte ekkubo eddala we wali obunafunawo. Kati abazimbye amaanyi bwe baba nga bazimbye amaanyi mu kuguguba, okuguguba ne kuggyawo gavumenti kye twagala. bajja kuyita bali ababadde bali ku mirandira bajje. Abagenda kuzimba mu kalulu bwe baba nga bazimbye ne tuyita mu kalulu ne tukwata obuyinza nga bayita bali abaguguba bwe baba nga tebanakwata buyinza. Awo siraba olutalo bwe ruva. Tubeera mu ntalo ne tutazimba na kuzimba mu bintu bye tukkiririzaamu wendaba obunafu. Nti mukkiriza nti okay, ekyamagye amagye kyo si kintu ekyangu, saagala nkubule nti kyangu, naye kintu ekyetteeka okusigala nga tulwanyisa okutuusa n'abamagye bwe batandika okumanya nti eggwanga lisinga ani? Lisinga Museveni. Nze kintu kya Federalism nkirowoozaako mu ngeri bbiri, kubanga nakyo abakkiriza mu kuzimba federal wansi kyagala okutegeera nti waliko na effort ey'okuzimba federal waggulu, kubanga amawanga ga Africa omanyi gaagala kwegatta, walimu abantu abaagala gegatte, ate nze nzikiriza mu kwegatta kw'amawanga ga East Africa. Ate nga bwe baba nga gakwegatta gateekwa okwegatta mu nkola ya federal. Tekuliko ngeri gy'osobola okubeera ne unitary governance ku level eya East African Community. Ku level eya wansi ku national level saagala nkulimbe nti waliko endowooza gye nnina okukkiriza mu federal oba okugigaana, naye nga nzikiriza nti ne unitary system esobola okukola we tuli bwe tuba nga tulina abantu abeesimbu abasobola okukulaakulanywa eggwanga oba okukulembeza obwetaavu bw'eggwanga mu maaso ga obwetaavu bwabwe ng'abantu. Naye abakkiriza mu federal kyenzikiriza ekisaanidde okubaawo kubeera n'abakulembeze nga Gen Museveni tumuggye mu buyinza okuteekako enkola ekkiriza buli muntu alina endowooza gy'alowoozaamu okuteesa ebintu bye tusaanidde okukola, system tetusaanidde okutambulizawo eggwanga. Ate ekikulu mu ebyo kwe kubeera n'enkola etaliimu bunanfuusi nga tuteesa ebintu mu mazima kye tuba nga tukkirizaamu nga kye tukulembeza. Olwolwo kitulina mu politics zaffe mu myaka gyonna 60 aba politicians abasinga obungi bananfuusi, ate emirundi emingi babuulira abantu kye baagala abantu okuwulira nga baagala sapooti yaabwe, naye ate nga babalimba. Tolaba kyembadde mbuulira okubuulira abantu ebbanga lyonna lyemaze kugamba abantu abeesimbu ababeera ku bbali wa politics bayingire babeere mu politics, babeere abangi. Bagamba muba nga mutudde ku meeza nga mutensa ebintu mubitense, naye nga mubitensa mu mazima, in an honest way, that once you agree on what needs to be done, then do it.
Nice to meet you, Gen Mugisha Muntu. Amanya gange, I'm going to be taking over nga tufunye muko ku technical issue. Senior Gombya tagenda kubawo at the moment, so ngenda ban taking over the show paka jetuna marida. So kansubire gamawulire gawo. Wanje?
Tukyalinayo eddakiika nga mmeka?
Ndowooza tukyalinayo eddakiika ntinitinimu, so ngenda kubuuzaako just some closing questions ate tunaalaba oba producer alinayo ebibuuzo ebirala. Producer mpa signal if you have any other additional questions. If not so, then nja kucarrying forward and I'll ask you some questions ku byozze oyogerako and then we will close the show etutyo. Is that okay? Alinayo ebibuuzo 5 at the moment. So just Oh, thank you. Thank you. So Ndoza, let's start with ebibuuzo ebitaano and then I will ask at the end kubanga waliwo ebimu bye saagala kuddamu kubuuza bw'obanga obizeemu. So producer Bambi tuweeyo ebibuuzo by'olina.
Mukulu Gombya, thank you for the program. Gen Mugisha Muntu, thank you so much to come to the program. You have explained fully the plans, how to build the grassroots, how to can conquer this, I cannot say the dictator, but I can say the occupators, because Uganda is now occupation of one guy. So you're saying to build the grassroots on what? We are building grassroots on what? Are you building the grassroots by bringing the federal governance, by military governance, or unitary governance? Can you explain more about how you want to build the grassroots? In which way do you want to be governed? Because that's the thing I can think, that you can build a grassroots on the objective that you are bring the federal government. This is our core mission when we are building the foundation of bring the better organized Uganda. Can you explain more about that?
Okay.
Zaako mwami Gombya nkwebaza okuweereza pulogulaamu. Weebale nnyo okuyimirirawo, weebale nnyo kulwanirira maama Uganda. Kakati nze mwami Gombya ekibuuzo kyange oba ebibuuzo byange eri omwami Mugisha Muntu oba general bye bino. Kati ssebo general nze abuuza, kigambibwa nti general toli munnayuganda, oli mwana nzaalwa ya Rwanda Kakongoliro. Nze abadde asaba general otutangaaze ku bigambibwa bino, kubanga siina wennyeza kubuuza era ndowooza the best thing to do is to ask, mpulire ebigambo ebiva mu ggwe from the horse's mouth ng'abazungu bwe bagamba. Ng'oddamu ekibuuzo kino ssebo njagala ontangaaze era onnyonnyoleko n'abannayuganda oba babuulireko obuva obwo bajjajjaabo ebijja byewamwe biri luddawo, at least tuweeyo ku bajjajjaabo nga bana bataano nga bannayuganda. Kaakati ssebo n'ekirala kye njagala okubuuza nti oyogedde, mpulirizaako awo by'oyogedde nti okweteekateeka, okwetegeka, wiiki nkikkiririzaamu kuba mmanyi nti engeri gye wakola ne mwami Museveni mweteekateeka ne mugenda mu lutalo, mwali mu luteeseteesera mwakola ebintu bingi. Kati njagala kubuuza ssebo general nti ku bimu bye mwakola mwagenda e Luweero ne mwekubaana mwenna ne mutta abantu bangi nnyo e Luweero. Abantu abo babayamba, beekwata kitole ne babayamba okulwana olutalo lwammwe lwe mwalwana oba okukola ebintu byonna bye mwakola. Njagala kubuuza mwami General ng'oli genuine ng'ate ng'oli honest okuva mu ntobo y'omutima gwo, do you regret all the atrocities you caused and so many millions of people be mwatta ng'ate babayamba? Do you sit there one day oba essaawa ezimu n'okirowoozaako kwegamba muli mutima gwo n'owulira okunyolwa n'owulira obulumi abantu bano be mwatta abataalina musango? Ate n'ekirala kye njagala okubuuza nti wali okeddeko abo ku makya n'owulira ng'olumirirwa oba ng'olumizibwa munda mu ggwe, ekintu ne kikugamba oveeyo weetondera bannayuganda kubanga oyagala kukomawo, ofuge oyagala kukomawo olabe nga Uganda nnungi. Nawe how can we trust you again nga gwe yakola ne Museveni ne mutta abantu bangi nnyo, how can we know nti you are the man who you say you are? Ale mpozi n'ekirala kye njagala okubuuza nti mwenna nga muli mu nsiko eyo mwagera ne mwetuma amannya g'obusiraamu, by the way eriryo gwani oba ggwe erinnya lyo lye wali weetumye ery'obusiraamu yali ani? Nja kusanyuka nnyo ng'onzizeemu ebibuuzo ebyo, ate nja kusanyuka nnyo nga bw'ofunye omukisa okujja ku UNN kubanga UNN kooti y'abantu. Kyandibadde kirungi nnyo bw'obanga bintu bye mwakolanga ddala bikulumiriza obanga ddala you are genuine and you are saying you are who you are, vaayo weetondera abannayuganda ebikolobero bye mwakola eruweero n'abantu ab'omu mambuka ab'eggulu abangi ennyo be mwatta nga tebalina musango. Nja kusanyuka ng'onzeemu ebibuuzo ebyo ate nja kusanyuka singa ovaayo ng'okkiriza munda mu mutima gwo nti ddala you are genuine ne weetondera abannayuganda for the so many atrocities ze wakola. Neyanzize nsigadde ndi Aunty Lester.
Okay. Kantandike na kino ekyerinnya. Sina name Digar kubanga waliko kye bayita name Digar abayerekera beyita amannya amalala. N'olwekyo tekuliko erinnya ry'Obusiraamu nali neeyise. Omulundi ogumu beebiri gye nagendako e Nairobi baali bampita Eric Kasala ge gaali mu identity card yange. Naye saalikozesa nnyo n'olwekyo sirinya abantu libamanyi. Okolagana ne Gen Museveni okumala obudde, yes. Amala obudde bungi nga tulwana mu nsiko ne tukwata gavumenti. Nanjagala nkugambe nze ng'omuntu sikolangako ekintu eky'okutta abantu Abannayuganda. Naye tulwanye entalo nnyingi abantu ne bafiira mu ntalo ezo. Era ne lwe nali komanda w'amagye waliko incidents ezaabawo mu bitundu bingi by'eggwanga. Nga siri operational commander naye ng'omukulembeze w'amagye nga nzikiriza ensobi ze twakola ng'amagye. Eso si kigaana. Luweero mu kumanya okwange abantu abasinga obungi abaafa olutalo ekizibu ekyaliwo nga UNRA ng'ebatta. N'abo abaafa olwaffe nga NRA ne bwemba nga nze saakolako operation eyatta abantu naye nga kintu kyenregulatinga okulaba nti nabaako mu ntalo abantu aba bulijjo okufa. Si kintu kye nsobola okwegaana. Entalo kizibu nnyo mu nsi yonna bwe kuba nga kubaddeko entalo. Era nsaba Katonda mutima gwange okulaba nti tetudda mu kiseera bwe tusobola okuyingira mu ntalo ate kubanga manyi ebiba mu ntalo. Grassroots. Waliko abuuza ekya grassroots. Grassroots kyentegeeza kugenda wansi kuzimba ku kyalo. I want to complete all of them. Grassroots twagala kuzimba ku kyalo tubeere n'ettabi ly'ekibiina kumuluka kugombolola ku ssaza ne ku national. Ate ekibiina bwe kiba nga kirina structures ezo enkola ne bw'ebeera ya federal, enkola ne bw'ebeera ya unitary, era ekibiina kisaanidde bwe kiba nga kiri mu ggwanga lyonna kisaanidde okuba n'amate ago. Oba ekibuuzo sikitegedde bulungi naye kirabika nga obabadde abuuza nti muzimbira ku federal, muzimbira ku unitary. Ekibiina kyo ne bwe kibeera mu federal system of governance ne bwe kibeera mu unitary. Bwe kiba nga kiri kibiina ekyagala kubeera n'obuwagizi mu ggwanga lyonna kiteekwa okuzimba wansi emirandiro egyo gye ntegeeza. Era omukyala abuuza nti muntu tuwulira nti toli Munnayuganda. Yamwe Uganda kubanga constitution yaffe egamba ki? Constitution egamba nti Omunnayuganda yenna ayina abazadde oba bali kudda lwa maama we oba ludda lwa taata we nga baali mu ggwanga by 1926 kubanga Uganda lwe yakoma okuba eggwanga. Oyo Munnayuganda. Era by 1926 nga oludda olwa maama wange kubanga maama wange Munyankore nga bonna bali mu Uganda. Taata wange nga famire eri mu Uganda nazaalibwa wano mu Uganda. Ndowooza abantu kye bavaako okugezaako okugamba nti Muntu si Munnayuganda kubanga okuludda olwa taata nti descendants be baali mu Rwanda. Ekyo omuntu bw'aba ayagala nti omuntu yena gye yava bw'aba nga alina side yonna eyali evudde ebweru si Munnayuganda, awo kinaasobola okugamba nti abantu bonna descendants baabwe abataava mu Uganda si Bannayuganda, awo nga kyagala kukyusibwa mu constitution. Siraba ngeri endala gye nsobola okukikunnyonnyolamu maama. Kubanga nze ndowooza tutambulira ku constitution ng'eggwanga. Naye bwe tuba nga twagala kyekyo okukikyusaamu nakyo nga tukireete kiteesebweko palamenti eno tesobola kukikyusa obulungi. Katusuubire nti tujja kuba n'enkola mu maaso gye tulaga awanaabaawo gavumenti ewuliriza amaloboozi g'abantu. Ebitensonga bino biveeyo, for example about identity, ethnic identity. Teeko bulungi nga tekuliiko ntalo nga tekuliiko okunyoolagana, tukkirizaganye nti aha kino kye kikola. Tukyuse constitution bwe kiba nga kyagala tugikyuse ekyusibwe.
Ndowooza, General, if that's like your last reply, I will start my questions from that note.
Yes.
Yes. Kati ekibuuzo kyange ekisookera ddala, and my first question is on that question of identity. Yes. And how Wenga organization or political party is embodying ethnic identity. Kubanga ekizibu that we have found with political parties, and ebibuuzo bino byembuuza byange, and my opinion, and looking for more illustration. Yes. So ekizibu kyetufuna every time ogenze n'oyogera ngenda tabika two things. First is choyogedde on grassroots building, organizing and mobilizing, but that is the same rhetoric that 20 years ago Kano Kizza Besigye brought into the Ugandan political arena. In that nze yali nga sinatuuka nakutegeera. I later on, I'm over 20, ndi kulaba video ya Kano Kizza Besigye explaining the same thing that you're explaining right now in this time. And I saw this video last year. Kano Kizza was explaining that even though he always lost the elections, the general elections, always yali nga yo mission yaabwe teyali kuwangula kalulu, yali era ya ku-organizinga, ku-mobilizinga na ku-spreadinga political njiri to the people, and elections provided that opportunity. So eyo rhetoric ebaddewo nnyo naye nga twongerezaamu kino ekintu ekirala ekya ethnic organization. Why is that separated ate nga identity y'abantu gye mugenda ne muzimbira ku gombolola, ne muzimbira ku ssaza, because that's how people are and how people organize themselves. Naye ne mutakiteeka in your political embodiments, ne muleeta kubanga they should be emerging when there was of all these aspects, because that's who people are and how they live. And because by now those all kinds of organizing themselves makes it it makes it a little bit easier for politicians to be able to reach the people kwezo stages gye mubasangira, and then ne spreading enjiri. Naye mwe mu coming up with your systems of governance, they don't embody that, and always clash with the people. So tuchari in that same system where the political governance eliku clashing with the people. So gwenga patio, what envisioning do you see oba jemugendo kuleta that will not once again clash with the identity of the people? Kubanga culture is what we are. And if we're talking bigger picture, ngaba Africa, that's why it's disorganized all over the continent, from east to west, from north to south, because we've had this clash. We are right now in a clash of cultures because we're still within the empire. Ekyo kyo mukimanyi bulungi nnyo, and neocolonialism tetunatuuka a state where we twefuga ng'abantu naye n'abaali tukulembedde do not seek to embody who we are and our ethnicities and distance themselves from it instead of embodying it into something. Sirigamambu, it should always be broad, but why is it used ngamu spreading enjili and then abandoned right after that would be my first question. Then sobola okubuuza ebiddako, nyina ebibuuzo nga bisatu oba bina, then tusobola okugalawo shows. If you'd like me to ask them all in one go nsobola, oba we can go one by one.
Let me respond one by one. Let me one by one. Up this point in time, by the way,
okay,
I don't know of many parties I don't know of any parties in Uganda which have attempted to organize on an ethnic basis or even on a regional basis. I don't know of any. All parties I know of, the majority of them, organize on a nationwide scale. The only party that I knew of directly which was campaigning for federalism was Betty Kamia's UFA, which unfortunately also never took off, maybe for different reasons. All parties right now, as I speak, whether it is we are ANT, our focus is to build on a nationwide scale. Village, parish, sub-county, constituency. DP is trying to do the same thing. FDC is trying to do the same thing. NUP is trying to do the same thing. JEMA is trying to do the same thing. NRM, of course, for it is a totally different story. You know, I don't even know whether they care about the systems of governance anyway. So in regard to that, I therefore don't see any party which is trying to build on a cultural ethnic basis. But if any wanted to, anybody, any party I believe can go and organize that. Come again?
Oh, sorry, General Mugisha. I think I might have not spoken it very clearly. I wasn't saying that the organization is on an ethnic basis, but these divisions and separations to the level of the parish or the gombolola, those all have been built off of what cultural groupings existed at that point in time. Chidinganga, when we said that NUP's stronghold power was in Arua, and we all knew it was an Arua for a certain reason. That's why NUP had an identity that in case the ballot doesn't work, we're going to go to the bullet. Because we have this in our back minds that people up north are ready and are ready to get rid of this. Those things do play a huge role into the minds of the people and do play a huge role into pushing momentum for a party. And let's look at General Museveni, also what he has done with the Chigezi area and claiming he's from Ankole. That has also created now what has created like the sort of, when you go to any big office in Kampala, you always find people from that area and a certain hate towards that ethnic group. And let's see what General Museveni has also done with Buganda. And when other parties, when you campaign, when you come to Buganda, you're going to speak a certain way of what, like that is also going to be involved in the conversation. So why is it when looking and mobilizing and looking for an electoral vote, people are talked to their identity, but when you're building political systems and justice systems and systems of equality, that is never taken into equation?
To me, my approach is different, to be honest with you, and I hope you'll understand me. I try and explain. When I was involved in this campaign, for example. Come again?
Yeah.
Come again?
Oh, no, I'm saying yes, I'm listening.
Okay. When we were in this
Sorry.
campaign, and it's something, this 2021 campaign I had run on the Alliance for National Transformation ticket. And I was campaigning in the areas where I'm born, in Ntungamo, in Ankole. And I kept on literally all the rallies where I would be going. I would be telling them, look, you don't elect me because I am your son. You just assess me as a leader. I would tell them over and over. And that's not something I did for the presidential campaign. Even when I was running for position of presidency in FDC, I would use the same. I would say, if you believe that I am someone who will advance the interests of the country, create systems that will advance this country. If you believe I'm someone who can ensure that there is justice, there is equality before the law, that there is transparency in the management of national resources, you give me your support. Don't give me support on an emotional or sentimental basis. I have done that consistently. Doesn't make sense to some people, and some people will tell me that. That's who I am. Because I would believe that the moment we build a meritocracy, and it doesn't matter under whichever system, whether it is under unitary, whether it is under federal, that there is a meritocracy where people will get jobs because of their capabilities, because of their qualifications. People will be able to access opportunities, not because of whom they know or because of whom they are linked to, because of their ethnic or religious group, but because there are systems that create transparency for people to access opportunities. I believe that that would be the best way a country can take. I know countries who have taken that route and they have succeeded. Would that kind of thinking take root in Uganda? I don't know. But I believe in it and I stand for it, and it's what I keep speaking for. Whether I end up being in power or not is not the question. I pursue what I believe in. I don't follow what I think is going to give me popularity. That's who I am.
Okay. Thank you for answering that first question. The next question I have is in regards to, we were talking about the whole show, the whole idea of weapons, picking up guns and picking up arms and fighting. As of course a general who fought in the war that led to Museveni grabbing power and being in the situation that we're in right now, I just wanted for you to give a clarification on whether, because this only hasn't happened in Uganda, and it has happened everywhere. But, and then you said something about people who then choose to pick up arms at a certain point become so war hungry and warlords and tyrants, which General Museveni has managed to become fully by himself. So the question that I have then is, isn't there a difference between choosing violence because violence has been put against you and choosing to be violent? And what does that mean for Ugandan people at the moment who are living under military occupation? And how would you, through your organizing, be able to be vigilant and not what's the word? I want to use a better word and not that word, and not to be what's the word? Indifferent about, because I know you all are not indifferent about the violence, but how not to be indifferent about the violence now that people are facing, if in the case that it reaches a certain point, because sometimes there is a difference between violence just to be violent, and there's a difference between not choosing violence but having to use violence to free yourself. Because I think on the show you've been talking about violence more as an picking up arms more so through an ethnic lens, but no one can be ethnical about picking up a gun to actually defend yourself or your existence under military occupation. So how do you and how does your party address the military occupation right now in Uganda?
Choosing to take up weapons and fight a regime is a legitimate tool of one fighting for one's freedom and right. I recognize that. And I can never condemn a person who takes up weapons to fight, for example, against this regime, if their target is the military and the police and security services. I've said that many, many times. And basically, I would even have no moral authority to condemn a person who takes up weapons to fight against a regime, which I did myself, because I took up weapons. I became part of a group that fought against the regime. And the things which were happening then is a replication of a number of things which are happening now. However, I as an individual has chosen not to take that route again. And I keep explaining myself why. Because we took weapons, took power, and we're in a mess again. And that is rooted in the sense of entitlement that comes with the use of weapons. Weapons have a kind of power that they create in those who hold them. And I don't think there are many Ugandans who can withstand the power of weapons if they use them and are able to take power. I have a feeling that out of 10 Ugandans we have, if they took power, weapons and took power, about 7 of them would end up having the same mentality of entitlement. And therefore, the ultimate that we want, democratizing, could easily become a failure again. However, I would not stand in the path of anybody who wants to take that path if it is his or her own choosing. It is one of the open options.
Yeah.
I know 3 options. Those who would want to take weapons, those who believe in defiance or civil disobedience, is also a legitimate tool of struggle. There are those who believe in party organization as a way of, amidst all the challenges that there are, that believe that we could still take power through election. But in the event that we are not able to take power through elections, that even if another path which others have taken succeeds, that we are well prepared as an organization, at least in terms of governance. Because taking power is one thing, managing it is another. And therefore, you need political organizations which are well organized, so that even when you take power, that you're able to manage the power. I mean, there's also a possibility that even without going through any of those routes, that they are, we saw what happened in Sudan. I mean, in Egypt, it was a spontaneous uprising, and the regime fell. They went into election, 6 months. If you are not well prepared in terms of having parties which are well organized, you can take power and end up messing it up. You know, that's why some of us believe in continue building the party to be, you know, robust, to be strong, to have Ugandans who believe in the same values, believe in issue-based politics, so that you not only participate in trying to oust the regime, but even if the regime was to get out of power through a different path, that you're able to influence the politics of the country in a particular direction. When you are ready, when you even know what you want, because there are people who just want the ousting of Museveni, who don't even know what exactly to do thereafter. That's a dangerous position to want to find themselves in. So basically, I think that's where we are at. Therefore, at times, people engage in violence as a countermeasure to the violence which they find is being meted to them. I recognize that. So I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody if anybody, for example, chose violence as a choice of defense.
And
I don't know if there was
my
another
other question. Yeah, there's just one last question, and you did bring up what happened in Egypt, and we all know why. The reason as to why the Egyptian revolution did not come to full fruition has a lot to do with a lot of meddling, and a lot of especially meddling from the U.S. And there is good evidence to acclaim to that, and how the Muslim Brotherhood and the leaders of that revolution ended up behind bars. So in terms of organizing and building, because you can't only build it locally, you have to build with an international agenda in mind. And you did talk about that you believe more in a federal collective or East Africa rather than one that has to do with African countries all coming together. So my question is, why that than the other, especially if given the case that an uprising did happen anywhere in terms of power struggle and Africa was together as one in a federal governance, we would be able to defend what's the word in English? Like defending the intention of that revolutionary struggle, because a lot of revolutions have happened since the 60s, led by Africans with political ideologies behind it, with the military as well educated, as well on Rachibalwana. Like this has happened time in and out, but because African countries remain on islands by themselves, meddling and intimidation still takes place, and the creation of puppetry, and that is what we now live in and what we have. So why East and not the full-on African continent coming together would be my one question. And then the other question in relation to that, why you get there about different political parties and different political parties existing. Why is it that, going off of the idea that different political parties represent different classes in a society, my question would be, what is the class that your political party represents, and how does it demonstrate this in its daily, day-to-day actions? Kangambe, just even going to the office, how is this representational of a certain class? And keeping in mind that in Uganda we have three. We have Umuntu Wawansi, the middle class, which is sinking, and a 1% that is still thriving, and the elites, and we have a lot of those in Uganda who still get to do and enjoy lives, but the resources do not reach to Umuntu Wawansi. So how then are we organizing? How is it better to organize structurally and mobilize for Uganda and protect its revolution within the big picture of Africa, over East Africa Federacy? What does that look like to you, General Mugisha Muntu?
Let me start with that one. As a party, we are not based on class ourselves. Our main focus as Alliance for National Transformation, having scanned the political environment in this country and our history, we recognize that the weakness is based in what we advance as the political class all these 60 years. We believe that because of lack of value-driven politics in the country is why we're in this mess. And when it comes to values, for example, if you talk about justice, if you talk about transparency, if you talk about equality before the law, if you talk about creating a new culture where dialogue is a method of resolving political issues rather than the use of violence, if you talk about gender equality, if you talk about conflict resolution, we know that if you get a party in which the majority of the people gravitate towards each other and build around those values, and if they believe in them, not just talk about them, so that the event that they take power, that they build a new culture, that's what we are focused on. Because we believe that across, we don't have distinct class interests in Uganda. We don't have a big working class. We don't have a big,
Sorry to interject you right there, but exactly what you said is a representation of a class that has access to all these values, and a class that has the possibility of engaging with these values, as you said, justice, equality, and that will be a group of people, because this is also what has happened to our country, whereby the elites, like Museveni said, he's an intellectual. They believe that they fundamentally have the right to rule Omuntu wa bulijjo, but still at the end of the day end up being the betrayers of Omuntu wa bulijjo. So if your party is it in itself is selling does sell to a certain class of people, and that is people who have had access to an education. That's why I ask, in Uganda's case, where people do not have all these things, how will your party serve them? How will your party extend these things to them? How will it build when it already in it has a class inbuilt in it? How will it serve the people of every day? Because those are the people who every election their bodies are on the line. Every election, their bodies are on the line. Every election, they lose someone. We have to come to a realization whereby our struggle right now in Uganda has to do with material access. How comes politicians are not talking about the economics behind this and how it has influenced education, healthcare, and everything to Ugandan people, especially the ones who have had access to education? It is very mind-blowing that people who have gotten access to education and do know of these issues and know that they're deeply rooted in the economics do not speak of this, but then want to take back a manual on equality and justice to the Ugandan people. It's frustrating because you're writing off Ugandan people's hopes for the system.
You know, well, let me tell you, politics I know can be quite frustrating. Why? Because politics rotates around talking. And as Americans say, talking is cheap. Any of us can say anything. Why it can be frustrating is because many people say the right thing. But when they have opportunities, they do the wrong thing. So people are confused by that contradiction. But before I proceed on that, you have to understand that values are not class-based. I know peasants who are honest.
Course.
I know peasants who have integrity.
Of
peasants,
course.
yes.
That is true.
So that's a shared value. So if you have peasants who want such values to become the bedrock on the basis of which a country is governed, and those who are educated, those who are in business, professions, wherever they are, so that they all say, let's crack this. Let's have honest men and women who can run the country in a transparent way, put fair systems in place so that people can access equal opportunities. Then they have solved the problem that the country has. But you have to speak for them. And then you would hope that people who believe in that the majority of them can come together and create a critical number. Because it doesn't mean that people who have been in politics have all been crooks. No, there have been honest men and women in politics since the 60s. But we recognize in NT that at no point have they ever been in the majority in any government. And until there is a solution to that, where you find that the majority of the people who have been parties in government, the majority of them are those who want to advance their own set of interests before advancing the national interest, we remain in the vicious cycle. It's a tough thing, but we can't avoid it. We must keep talking for it and trying to do it. The parties which will be able to build a number of people who subscribe to that thinking, not only in talking, but in acting the very thing they talk about, will be the first party that will have an impact in this country in a positive direction.
Then I guess my question is...
I forgot the first part of the question. Yes.
Oh, no worries. We can leave the first part of the question and finish off with this question because it's at the heart of every problem. Yeah. What economic systems, these problems, yes, they do exist. And I do agree, like things like being honest or virtuous or wanting for justice to happen. Those are some shared values. But as Africans, we recognize that we have some fundamental problems, like the template left behind. People go into these courts and common law governs us. and most of us don't even have an understanding of common law. Even people who study or are educated, I cannot tell you anything about common law if I'm taken into a Ugandan government, a Ugandan court of law and tried. I would definitely be lost within that system. So we have that fundamental problem of that. Same thing happens with our economics. It's governed within the capitalistic template, and that has created a problem for us nationally, on the continent, and internationally. So what systems? Okay, cool. Unitary is the problem. We're thinking about federal governance, but also capitalism is a problem. We're going to think of another economic system. That's why I say what is being done day by day in terms of starting to educate the masses on a system, not only of governance, but of governance and economics that is for their best abilities. What do you propose? What does your party propose economically for as an economic system for the people, other than, because we always hear from politicians or from political or even from just idealism of politics that things will be made better if more people know, if more access to more opportunities made for people. But how is that done on a systematic level? Are we going to look more into unions and socialism, or are we going to remain fundamentally capitalists and then push that? And then how do people access opportunities? I think that will be my last question. What is your party doing to make sure that access to materials, especially the resources, come from land that is owned by the people, it's shared amongst all the people of Uganda, so that they can manage to take care of their families and not worry about living from one day to the next day?
We believe in creating conditions that promote and boost the entrepreneurial capabilities of the Ugandan people in whatever areas of endeavor they are in, whether they are in manufacturing, whether they are in service industry. Create an environment where people are able to access long-term financing at cheap cost. Ensure that it is infrastructure. Ensure that there are systems of justice. Ensure that there are an environment in which those who want to prosper through enterprise are able to prosper through enterprise. Create conditions through which those who are weak can coordinate the effort through cooperative union to be able to bring together the power of smaller units, to be able to negotiate, to be able to look for markets, to be able to invest in bigger projects than where an individual would be able to do. Ensure that you spend in areas which promote the capabilities of individuals. This is education, this is health, this is in food security. But for all that to happen, you need leaders who are focused on that and who know that when they invest time, energies, and effort in promoting that kind of system, that when a country grows, then they can benefit as individuals. So build the country, benefit as individuals. That's why when we are talking to youth, because the majority are under 35, about 70%, that go into parties, create a critical number in terms of those ideals, those values that are very critical in building a better future, and then influence politics in that direction. Because for that to happen, and we have seen it happen in some countries in a very short period of time, it requires a lot of discipline, a lot of dedication, and the youth provide those numbers. Yet, parties, in as far as I'm concerned, are the vehicles of governance. We have not changed that. That's what is in the Constitution. So the nature and character of leadership in a party is going to be what leads the country either in a positive direction or remain in the stagnant state we are in. Numbers matter in terms of leadership. Fortunately, there are not that many, because in a party to be influenced in a particular direction, you don't need more than 1,000 good leaders. Back to the other question when you're talking about Egypt. Yes, Egypt recognized one thing. When Mubarak was, by a wave of discontent. There happened to be an organization which had been in existence, but it had been banned, it had been suppressed, called Islamic Brotherhood. When they called for elections in 6 months, all those groups which actually caused the insurrection were not organized. When they called for elections, they could not win at all. Islamic Brotherhood, which had gone underground but still went on organizing, won that election, free and square. Morsi became the president. But his ideology, whether one believes in it or not, frightened the army, frightened the middle class in Egypt, frightened the foreign forces, because it was pushing for Sharia law. So those forces worked together to generate another insurrection, which ousted Morsi, and RCC came in. So fundamentally, Egypt is still more or less under the same rule as it was under Mubarak. That's why preparation is very, very important. Even when change happens,
and that's the question
by some other way other than the one you expect, you have to be well organized. Yeah. And then you ask and say, so why don't African countries rally together and put the effort in rectifying things? But it depends on what motivates them. Earlier on in our talk, I had indicated that on the continent, in 54 countries, you can imagine, we don't even have 10 now, whose governance is established on good governance principles. So even when you expect the countries to rally together, they can only rally together to do right if they themselves believe in right. So as the Baganda say, "Gacha alimabaga."
But again, another question which will be for another time is, how do you, I would be interested in, how is your party prepared for imperialism? Because then what we're talking about is Americans meddling in African politics for resources. We need to know how we're prepared for that as people who sit on land that is very resourceful and are neighbors to the Congo. This is a critical question. This is a critical question that no politician so far has come out to speak openly about, but has only asked for the support or the guidance of the US. So maybe
the meddling of foreign countries in Africa.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, when you see, the whole point is when you are weak, anybody will meddle with you. Where you start from is you become strong, so that it doesn't matter whether it is Americans or Chinese or Russians or whoever, that they cannot meddle with you because you have built internal capabilities, you have got strength as a country, and then you connect with other countries which are strong, then you protect the interests of the African continent. But if you are weak, they will manipulate you.
And as we conclude the show, because I believe that the only way that African countries can become strong is if they further involve African people in general. So I want to thank you so much, General Mugisha Muntu, for being here with us today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for answering all these questions, all of them, and elaborating to us. And as we've
thank you. Thank you for standing in. God bless. Thank you for all the colleagues all over the diaspora who participated, who asked questions. May God bless you all.